Hello everyone. Happy Friday. Welcome to the stream. My name is Staney. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a variety streamer, artist, and voice actress. And today we are playing more Blueprints. I'm very excited. Last time we played, which was on Tuesday, we did finally reach... You don't have the sippy cat. Well, you can use points to unlock emotes. So you can get the sippy cat using your channel points. Also, hi show. We reached room 46 on Tuesday, but there's still so much more to uncover. We don't have all the unlocks. We don't have all of the envelopes. We don't know what happened to our mom yet. There's so much to uncover, so much to explore, and I'm gonna play more of this game today. But I think I'm gonna get maybe slightly less obsessed with it. I don't know, we'll see. But yes, hello all, welcome on in. Happy Friday. Happy Good Friday to those of you who celebrate. I think let's get started. I got my notebook raring to go. Oh, and just as a heads up, I do have my window open. So there is a chance, well, I say chance, there's going to be more background noise than usual, and we're just going to have to be okay with that. I keep getting a Stano whoa. Fair, that's another good one. I feel like I should probably recolor that one to match my recoloring. Give it purple hair at least. Hi, Sock. Oh, and of course, because I have a professional relationship with Raw Fury, I gotta disclose that every time I play a Raw Fury game. So here's my disclosure. I did it. Now let's play it. Yes! Sippy cat. The hair is purple, not black. It is kind of like a purpley black or a blackish purple. My hair is black. But yeah, it's like a purpley black. In the little avatar thingy. Because you can't really do a true black for most things, because then it's not gonna show up in like dark mode and stuff. Not for long once we kidnap you to get that sunset ombre you want. I do want it. I wouldn't maintain it though, honestly. All right, let's continue. I've been thinking about this game a lot. And I think I came to a realization while I was thinking about this game a lot and watching some other people do like their first playthroughs. Like Fawn of Fawn and Games did their first playthrough on Wednesday. And I've been watching some other people play it as well, just a little bit. I don't think we have a brother. And if we find the bunk room, I will explain why I think that. Hope y'all are doing amazing. I'm allergic while I dan my Mion? I don't know what that means, but have a good lurk. Okay. Oh, tomb. That's new. I don't think we've had a tomb before. Oh, Don Don noodles. Okay. Sichuan spicy spice noodles with ground pork. Sounds like it'd be too spicy for me, but also sounds very tasty. Each time you draft a dead end in your house, spread 5 coins in the tomb. We gotta check out the tomb, especially because... Hold on, where have I put this? In our map of the underground, there is a tomb entrance that leads to the catacombs if we can figure out how to do that. So we gotta check out this tomb. Okay. Those look like candle holders. Yeah, they are. These are definitely lit candle holders. I can't tell if this is just like architectural prettiness or if I can like open that like a hidden passageway. You can adjust how spicy you make your spicy oil and how much you put in. Does not do super spicy. Okay, but one thing that I have noticed when eating certain spicy foods is that removing the spice makes them not taste as good. Oh. Okay, there's a puzzle with the angels. Oh, there's a dig spot down here. Oh. Open only in the event of my death. What is this? I wish we had a magnifying glass. If we pick one up, we'll have to come back here and look at this stamp. Simon, so here's where it all ends, at least for me, and all of the picturesque places of this grand estate. I chose this dreary, dank dungeon to be laid to rest, and that same dim, somber fate fell upon my father and his father before him, who loved the outdoors even more than myself. They say there is no stronger bond of servitude than tradition, and family tradition thrice as strong. These are the chains that seldom bend and never break. And I do wonder what plans and prospects of yours will be sacrificed upon the family font of convention. What biography of your own what biography of your own will you forsake to add another page to your father's memories, or to your mother's or mine? In our youth, we are gifted with dreams and ambitions. At our death, we are left with realities and regrets. I think there is no greater sin than to perpetuate tradition that stagnates growth, that strangles purpose, that suffocates dreams. What point is there to live another's life at the sake of our own? Oh, how I wish I had been buried underneath the great oak overlooking the plains, the wondrous woods and the worldly mountains, and the wild holly that surrounds that trunk. Perpetual token of sympathy laid across my grave. We need to find the great oak. Let me find another page in my notebook. So this is in the tomb. Great Uncle Herbert. References a great oak. With a trunk wreathed in holly. Will we find anything if we find this tree. Hi, May. I love this game. Totally forgot you stream Friday evenings. I've been streaming a lot more than usual lately too. Fully because of this game. But yes, I do stream Friday evenings. Just as full disclosure, May, if you have any intention of playing this game, I've already hit the end credits, so we're kind of in deep right now. I can avoid spoilering too much. If you want to stick around for a bit, I can just go a little bit easy on the spoilers. But I did want to give you fair warning. I am on, okay, hold on. I have stopped numbering my pages. That's 21. So this is 23. I'm on page 25 of my notes. I'm keeping handwritten notes because it just feels kind of in spirit of the game to write them down. I won't play it myself. I go hard in the paint, but I do appreciate that. Okay, no worries then. If you're not worried about spoilers, then I will just play how I want to play. But yes, I adore this game. I love a good mystery and puzzle game, and this is both of those things. It's very much exactly my style of game. So I've been having a great time with it. What a dreadful tradition is it that dumped me in this sunless hollow? And if by morbid example this dark crypt makes any impression whatsoever on you, if reading this letter within these damp halls plants in you a seed of hope, if these words might grant you strength to bend if not break these chains, then I would cherish this tomb more than oak and sycamore and spruce. More than the wondrous woods and worldly mountains, this cold stone room will become the most cherished place in all of our domain. I would have you raise a shrine upon this spot to commemorate the moment of your liberty, to treat the sepulchre as hallowed ground, to realize that grand gestures can be as effective as they are theatric. And to, in turn, as recompense for the freedom thus granted you, commit yourself to be buried here within this mausoleum of dreams, and when the day comes to write your own letter, to inspire the next generation that follows in our footsteps, as is tradition, Herbert S. Sinclair. Here's another thing that looks like it can open. So, May, what do you know about this game? I'm happy to explain some of the mechanics, or you can just experience it by watching if that's your preference. What do we do with these angels? Oh, I think I need to light these. I wonder if we have to light those first and then do something with the angels? Because we definitely do something with the angels, right? Each of our journeys comes to a conclusion here in the tomb. This floor plan is the definitive dead end. Or is it? Semi-procedural roguelike puzzle. You place rooms as you go and try to find the hidden room. Yes, that's basically it. If you've ever played Betrayal at House on the Hill, creating the floor plan very much evokes that. Feels very similar. Okay, I have to pull up my angel notes. I want to know if like maybe I just do them in order, if something will happen. Okay, chapel angels. They do have numbers. They go from 1 to 7. I'm not sure if we just count up or if there's a particular order I'm meant to go in. But yeah, we got a floor plan. You can see over here, we're gonna build rooms, including we've built a tomb, and try to reach the antechamber. I have already done this though, So I have kind of like other goals. Ah, here's our gardener. I'm more searching for secrets. Baking angel. And if you run out of time, it resets. Yeah, basically. Anytime you call it a day, it resets. So, some things don't reset, like your allowance is something that you get to keep permanently. The number of stars constantly goes up. Any permanent additions, and it still tracks all the red letters that you find. Everything else resets, so you kind of have to start over each day. Farming. So we're looking for the pitchfork angel. Ah, that's you. Hello? Wiggle your arm, please. And then chimney sweep. And then maid. And then equestrian. And then the royalty one. Oh! Well then. That was a bit more straightforward than I was expecting. So now we're in the catacombs. Wonder what, if anything, is down here. We've got a skull. Ooh. Oh, interesting. So if we had found this, we already have this full map, but if we had found this previously, we had found the piece of, we had found basically this piece of the map already. And so this would have given us another piece of the map, but we found the whole map, so we don't technically need that. Oh, what if I... I don't know what I'm doing. We're probably... Okay, so let me pull my map back up. So we're currently in the catacombs. Oh, and then this is gonna lead us to... Well, I can pull it up on the map. We're currently over here, and it's gonna lead us here to whatever this is. I think we had this labeled as the torch chamber, and then over here is the rotating chamber. Oh, now we're here. Oh, okay. So we just have another way to get down into the weird underground area. We'll call it that, I guess. How do I get out of here? This way? This way. We do need to try to create... Oh, there's more... Okay. There's definitely candles we can light down here that I think are gonna do something. So we definitely need to come back with some sort of fire starting implement. We'll have to see what we all can find. Okay. I'm gonna start with a hallway. Here, gosh, do I want to do another hallway? I think I want to do another hallway. Or, maybe I'll do a pantry here. I'm real tempted to do a guest bedroom. Let's just do a regular bedroom. Let's do the parlor because I'd like to get some more gems. Let's see what we can get here. Okay, it kind of doesn't matter. I guess we could do a chapel if we want to be able to walk through there. I don't think it matters, so I'm going to do the storeroom. Because that will be a dead end for the tomb. And I do want to head back to the tomb at some point. It gives us more stuff. And we can still carry on this way. Like, there was no way that this was really going to let us carry on northward. The parlor room is really the only one that's going to help us with that. All right, let's do some logic puzzles. The gems are in the only true box. Could be. If that's true, they're here. Only one statement is true. That could be oh, these conflict. Because if only one statement is true, it's got to be this statement, which means the gems are not in the only true box. The gems are in the blue box. Only one statement is true, I think has to be false. So this one's false. Which means if this is false, these two are true. Hi, Kelsey. I'm doing some logic puzzles. This one's not as straightforward as the previous ones have been. So let's think about this. So if this is false, if the gems are not in the only true box, that means either the gems are in a false box, or there are more than one true boxes and the gems are in one of the true boxes. However, if the gems are in the only true box, and this is true, that means the gems have to be in the blue box. But we also know that this is the gems are in the blue box. That has to be false, because then the gems would not be in the only true box because there's more than one true box. This is confusing. Only one statement is true. Which would, okay. If this is true, if only one statement is true, it has to be the statement here. Which means the gems are not in the blue box. And the gems are not in the only true box. I think that's the only way that this works. So that means the gems have to be in the black box. Because if this is true, then this would have to be false, and this would have to be false, which would mean that the gems are both in the blue box and not in the blue box. So that doesn't work. If this one is the one that's true, the gems are in the blue box, this would have to be false, and this would have to be false, which means that the gems are both in the black box and the blue box at the same time. Again, not possible. So I think the only thing that works is that this is false. Wait, no, this is true, and these are both false, which means the gems are in the black box. Come on, logic. Hey, nice. Workshop. Ooh, battery pack is good because there's things I want to make. And we need battery packs to make them. Okay. Let's do another hallway. Because that branches off a little bit. And then let's backtrack to the bedroom and start building off of there. Oop, not in there. I want to quickly dart into the pantry. Get the coins. Eat an apple. And, we'll head through the bedroom. We got some more coins. Anything else in here? Not really. Okay. Ooh. Kind of doesn't matter which one I do. I think I'm gonna do the hallway. We have so many hallways already. It's just a bad spot to put the drawing room. I don't want to put the closet here. I'd rather have it off of a hallway if possible. So this will just give us some more rooms we can potentially draft. Let's see. Ooh, I don't want a reading nook here. I think I'm going to do the chapel. Oh, interesting. These are still lit, so we can't ever access the piggy bank again. That's okay. Okay, here we're going to do the drawing room. This is going to give us a better chance to get her ladyship's chamber, I believe. I still don't know the code to that safe. Should we go north first? Sure. Unless it costs a key. I think, gosh, that garage is tempting because more keys is helpful, but it does mean then, well, I guess we'd still have 3 doorways where we could potentially continue to go north. Let's take the garage. We'll take a risk on the garage. All right, I don't think there's anything else in here presently. Though it might be worth to power this on if we want a quick way to get back to the tomb. All right, let's take a risk on south. We're gonna redraw. Okay, we're gonna do the spare green room because that's still gonna give us a better chance to potentially find her ladyship's chamber. Do the guest. Oh, what's in our? We don't have anything in code check. I don't want to. Ooh, checking the battery pack is kind of tempting. I think we're gonna do the guest bedroom though. Anything in here? No. Disappointing. That's okay, we got lots of keys. I think let's do the den. Give us another gem. Oh. Room draw is real bad today. Oh, 12. We don't... We currently don't want that because if we draw more dead-end rooms, we are just going to be stuck. But that is the symbol that gives us more dead-end rooms. But we really need to actually have more hallways or like passageways so we can actually draft them. I think we've been drawing plenty of dead-end rooms as it is. All right, come on. Okay, another hallway gives us some more opportunities. It's not a great place for security, but I think I'm still going to draft it. All right, you know what? Let's draft the hallway closet and see if I regret it. We got shoes. Ooh. We've got an ivory die, which is very good. It'll let us re-roll our new floor plans. And we've got a lucky rabbit's foot. Hopefully that means we'll find a bunch more dice so we can make our way through here a little bit more easily. While we're here, let's turn down the security settings. And we're gonna change the offline mode to unlocked as usual. Let's view the estate inventory. There's 20 coins. Oh, probably in the tomb. And let's log into the network. I don't think we should need to access this terminal again, but may as well put it on the network because if we end up finding a key card later and then a computer later on, we could change the security settings from a different computer because it'll be online. All right. Give me something good. Not the most ideal courtyard, but it will give us some more gems. I'm gonna take the courtyard. I don't want to re-roll just yet. I kind of want to wait to re-roll until we're like very stuck. Like especially considering how unlucky we've been with placement and stuff. Feels a bit early for a passageway, but I think I'm gonna do it. Not wasting my 2 keys to go down. Let's do a hallway. And then before we leave the passageway... Oh. Okay, I think we're gonna leave the passageway. That's gonna be all of our gems, but it will give us keys. I'm really torn. All right, let's take some keys. Secret garden key. Denoted inverse. I think we've already figured out what that means. Not locked. Ooh. Oh, these are all real bad. Well, let's see. Let's do a corridor. I'm a little oh, we can't even get the locksmith anyway, so we'll do the corridor. I was a little tempted by the locksmith, but we can't even draft it, so whatever. All right, we'll do the dark room. And let's go ahead and trigger it. And then we can't even get through that door because it's a key card door. I don't even know what we're gonna do with all this money that we're loading up in the tomb. I think let's do the boudoir because it's basically like the dining room but with fewer exits. So we're not really out anything by putting this in place of the dining room, except we don't have access to the meal yet. But I think the dining room will be more useful in another spot, so we're gonna wait. Oh, there's a coin purse. Okay. We've got a commissary. Let's do the commissary. I don't really want to spend the gem requirement for it, but it does give us access to over here, and we've got the secret garden key. So that does mean we're more likely to be able to unlock something in that direction. There are no gems for sale today, which is unfortunate. I'm not sure what, if anything, I actually would want to buy here. Be locked? It's not locked. We could do the patio? Because that's gonna spread some gems around. I think that's fine. Oh, we don't have gems! No, we have to put the breaker box! This is tragic. Because now we're, like, locked out of the rest of the mansion. We can only draft this room. Oh, I can redraw. We'll redraw. East Wing Hall it is! Yes, Mega Parsec, I do have the redraw, and I'm glad that I realized that before drafting that utility closet. Well, the different currencies do. Okay, so we have basically 4 different currencies. The little footprints are our steps. They are the number of rooms that we can move through before we have to call it a day. You can refresh those by eating, or bedrooms tend to give you like step bonuses. So food and then anything that has a bonus to steps will give you steps. Keys for unlocking doors, and then sometimes you have special keys like the secret garden key that are items in your inventory. Gems are for drafting specific rooms that are, I guess, I don't know how to explain it other than saying that costs gems. There are some rooms that cost gems, like most of the green rooms, like the courtyard, a couple of the green rooms that I wanted to draw but couldn't. And then like some of the other sort of like special rooms, like the passageway was 3 gems because it's useful. The commissary because you can buy things there. Security, like basically utility, like useful utility rooms have a gem cost. And then you have coins, which you can spend in shops, like in the commissary, or do you have any other shops right now? No, I think we just have the commissary right now. And you can use that to buy things that will help you. So like you can use them to buy items for your inventory that'll let you do more things. Last time we found a bookstore which allows you to add potential books to the library room. And if you check those out, you can read them and possibly get something interesting from that. I think what did we add? I think we got the unredacted history book of our country, which was an interesting read. And I don't think I've made it into a bookshop since then. But yeah, then there's like the kitchen, which you can buy food in. So yeah, lots of uses for coins. Finally played this game sorted by watching my friend play on Discord. It's so fun though. It is so fun. It's a good game. I have a great time with it. Hi, Siobhan. North or south? Let's try north and hope it's locked. Special key, secret garden key, let's go! Ooh, and there's a hammer. I don't remember if we found a trunk. But I'm pretty sure there's an item that you can make using the sledgehammer, the battery pack, and the broken lever. We haven't found the broken lever yet, but I really want to find it. How's the blueprinting? It's going okay. We found the tomb. Wait, hold on. Which was the last outer room that we had yet to unlock. So we now have unlocked all the outer rooms. We also were able to open a secret exit in the tomb that led us into the underground area that we discovered last time. Well, I guess we're doing... Do I have a reason to draft bedrooms? No. And I can't draft the indoor nursery because it requires gems. So reading nook it is. You also found the tomb yesterday. Nice! Okay, before we leave here, let's go north. Oh no, I shouldn't have gone north! Alright. I don't have the gems to do any of these, and this is sad. Not that I think there is a way we could have gotten gems. Maybe I'm wrong. But I think it's just not a gem kind of day. So that's gonna be a negatory on reaching. This is the worst place for the library too. Because we can't even get a bookshop. We got a magnifying glass, I guess. We don't have a metal detector though. No, so we can't build a fire starter, which is sad. Let's see. We've read this one. We've read this one. We've read both of these. I don't think we've read the Sightseer's Guide to Reddington yet. So I guess we'll check that out. Ooh. You know what? There might have been. There was. And let's go ahead and grab the sleeping mask. Because we're going to be passing through some bedrooms, and that will help us get some more steps back. Okay, we're gonna go into the dark room because we've depowered this door. We may as well find out what it is. And if there's a broken lever in... Oh. That's really funny. That's where the key card was. All right, no broken lever, unfortunately. There could be one in here, though. I mean, I think there's no point in doing the billiard room. Actually, you know what? I do think that sometimes the broken lever can spawn in the billiard room, so I'm gonna do it. I feel like the dining room might be better for steps, but let me do some counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to get to the garage, but I need to get to the workshop. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, yeah, I don't think we need the steps. Let's do the billiard room. Yeah, this is very ironic. All right, come on. We're sensing something. Oh, there's a key. Great. May as well solve the puzzle while we're here. 9. 9 minus 7 is 2 times 1, and then squared should be 4. At least they're not special keys. I think if they were special keys, I would have been very sad. Okay, so to the passageway, and then the courtyard, and then security. Oh, there is a chest here. Which I have... Okay. It has rerolls in it. Oh, I didn't think there was a chest. Oh, well. It's fine. We're still going to be able to do something. Then straight down into the workshop. I just kind of want to see, are there any other... Oh, a lucky purse? I mean, let's make it and see what it does. I need to write this down. Okay, let's do a workshop. Contraptions. So 1, we have a purse plus rabbit's foot. Lucky purse. Doubles all the money that you find. Which means when we go down into the catacombs, we're going to collect a lot of money that we can't use. Okay, key card and anything? No. Running shoes and anything? No. Sleeping mask and anything? No. Sledge. We know that we can do sledge and battery pack, and then I think the broken lever. And let's see, metal detector. Okay, I think we can just do this. So we're gonna go ahead and write this down. I will probably remember this, but may as well have the note. Metal detector plus magnifying glass equals burning glass. Hi, Anta. I'm gonna finish my note taking and then I will do the hydrating and stretch. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Lights, fires. Three. Okay. Let's assemble this. All right, I'm gonna stretch. Eating dumplings. Nice. I hope work went well. And if it didn't, I'm glad you're done. Okay. Let's take this burning glass into the tomb and we'll see what we get. And if it's money, I'm gonna be real sad. Because there's literally nothing to buy today. And there's no point in feeding it all into the chapel. Okay, here we can light these. Ooh. Well, it's an upgrade disc and a bunch of ivory dice. Ah, this is truly tragic. At least we can use the upgrade disc, but still, it's definitely tragic. Oh, wait, there's another thing I wanted to light. Oh. Okay, I need to write this down because this is in a language we don't yet know, and we can probably eventually translate this. So this is in the tomb. This is a letter, I believe. A letter / note left by, I believe, Clara Epson. Don't know the language. Parenthesis, yet, exclamation point. Okay, so, and then quote. Oreld Agiris, O-R-E-L-D A-J-I-R-I-S, comma, Uleldau U-L-E-L-D-D-A-U, comma. Like a big red string board? That would be such a fun way to keep track of notes for a puzzle game. I should get myself a cork board and hang it somewhere so I can get a big old red string board. Ueld Nye. D-N-A-I. So we're seeing the Ulel, or rather Uleld, twice. I'm wondering if Uleld is like either a specific letter or a specific combination of letters. It also reminds me, at the end of the letter left by our grandfather when we finally basically proved ourselves and inherited this estate. The great Uncle Herbert left us a second letter that was basically, hey, I wanted to make sure that you still had ambition, which is why I wanted you to quote unquote prove yourself. Oh, this is forget. Interesting. Anyway, there's Sinclair. Ooh, okay, I'm very intrigued. Anyway, he left us a new letter and he signed it Oven Nevere, which we can see Nevere here. And I was wondering what that translated to. So it seems like we might be getting closer to figuring out what that is. Another U-L-E-L-D. And then Mora. I actually need to rewrite that because that M looks too much like an N. M. Ugh. I'm just gonna rewrite the whole word again. U-L-E-L-D. M-O-R-A. Period. Someone visits the stadium, sees the string board and empty coffee cups. And I'd be like, don't worry, those just had Pepsi Max in them. Wish there were more good linguistic puzzle games. Agreed. There's some really good ones though. I say some. I can think of two that I really enjoyed playing. Heaven's Vault was amazing and I need to replay that. And Chance of Sonar was also amazing and I need to play that on stream. I played it off stream like a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago almost. Mostly because my cat was sick and I needed something to distract my brain from worrying about my cat. There's gift. How many of these words are intentional? Chance of Sonar was cool until it stopped being the thing I picked it up for. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of the rest of the gameplay. Like, I guess I do like a point and click puzzle adventure, which it very much was. But definitely the most interesting part of it was finding the archaeology stuff and then translating it. And I wasn't a big fan of like piloting the vessel. The stealth game part was not my jam. I do not remember the stealth game part. Oh, are you talking about Chance of Sonar? I do remember the stealth game part in that one. And that's fair. I didn't hate it. But I also wasn't there for it. Like I could have done without it. Okay. Oru Lel. Oru L-E-L. And then there's gift, which I think is an actual English word. So I'm going to underline it. L-Hugh. Oris. Is that a V or an R? I think it's an R. Yeah, it looks the same as, I guess that could technically be a V. Oh no, I think that's Ovu, not Oru. Okay, hold on. Yeah, that's a V. Okay. Which means it's Ovel, not Orel at the beginning. Oval. Ovu. Ovis. Because yeah, you can see the R here looks much more, it's much more compact, and this is a little bit wider. And also Nevere here is the same as we saw on our great uncle's letter. So we know that these letters are different. Nevdau, Nevdau. Nevdau. Eldari Ile, we'll say. Eldari. No, Dare. Ile. Period. Nevdau. Eldare. Eldare. E-L-D-A-R-E. Ilu. Period. Ajalbid. Ulheed. And I can't tell if heed is an actual English word, so I'm gonna underline it because it very well could be. Eldlore. So, colon. Ulad. Dearest. Yes, dearest. Period. I say it. Hugh Sinclair Lou. We'll underline Sinclair. Period. Hugh Epson Lou. And Epson is Clara's last name. So we're gonna underline Epson. Dot, dot, dot. Forget. Uldayan. In. Which I think is also an English word. Because, oh, what was that in? It was in the archives. Did I write it down? I don't think I did. It was wherever my mom was last seen before she went missing. I just wrote down the dates. I didn't write down the in. It's really giving me the itch for a thinky puzzle game. I do love a good thinky puzzle game. Trying to figure out what I'm getting for lunch. Good question. Okay, I'm gonna go to the next line. Old Giorgiari or Giari. Let's do old Giorgiari. Old Giari. There's 2 dots. Do the number of dots matter? I'm gonna just put the 2 dots just in case it matters. Udare Oris Fenro. Fen is making me think of Fen Aries, which is the name of the country we are currently in. Fen is also the name of the capital city that revolted against Orinda Aries. Okay, let's just write. Udare Ovis, not Oris, Ovis Fenro, period. Uldain Jororo. Uld in Jororo. And those, no, Jorovo. I'm gonna have to double check my work to make sure I'm copying the V's and the R's correctly because they're so similar. Overaja. I don't know if over is an English word here or not, so I will give it an underline. Because it could be. Overaja. Ovis Nevere. And then it's signed Lorja Eldiris Uldjora. Okay, double checking my work. Thanks so much, Saint. It's so funny and horrifying if anyone finds these notes you're writing. Hey, Mookie, we're talking about getting a whole red string board for this. And really freak people out. Okay. Ovel da Giris. Oveld da Giris. Yes. Ulel. 2 D's. AU. Yeah, that looks right. Ulel DNAI. Ulel DNAI. Ulel Dimora. Ulel Dimora. Okay. Ovu. Oh, I need to actually put that a little bit closer. The way I've written it, it looks like there's a space. And there's definitely no space. And I don't want the space to be confusing me later. Ovulel. So let's put a U here. E here. Oh, there. Alright. It's not the most neat writing, but it will do. Ovulel gift. Eldhue. Ovis. Nevdau. Uldari. Ile. Udare Ile. Yeah. Nevdau. Eldare Ilu. Eldare Ilu. Yep. Ajelbid. Ulhid. Eldalor. Ulad Diris. Yes. Hugh Sinclairlu, Hugh Epsenlu. Hugh Sinclairlu, Hugh Epsenlu. Forget Uldayan in. Uldayan in. Double checking the E's as well. It's connected when it says forget, but it's not connected with Uld and Ayan. So those could be different letters. Like, or sorry, different words. No, but it's not connected to Hugh either. Okay, I think it's just her handwriting. Not gonna worry about that too much. Uld Jor Giari. Uld Jor Giari. Udarei. Udarei. Ovis Fenro. 2 N's. I didn't write down 2 N's. So let's fix that. Yeah, I'm on, gosh, page 26 of my notes now. Uldayan, Jorovo, okay. Overaja, Ovis Nevare, Lorja, Eldiris, Uldjora. Okay. So I have a feeling that Ovis Nevare might mean like good luck or something like that, but I'm not sure. Not sure. And we got another puzzle box. Oh, we only hit the. What happens if we do? Okay. Seems like we can only hit the middle. Oh! Or not. Oh. I think I've broken it. Oh! I do not understand what I am doing. Okay, I've somehow solved it. I don't know how. But I'll take it. I don't know what I've done. But anyway, this is definitely Clara's tomb here. I guess let's poke around a little bit more to see if there are any other things to light. I feel like the answer is probably no for down here, but I do know of one other place I wanted to take this. Just doesn't nicely line up with my intuitions. That's fair. I think it can sometimes make sense. Like I can sometimes logic myself into it, but I was just having trouble seeing the logic there. Okay. Didn't think we could light those. Oh, yeah, let's go ahead and collect our money. I'm sure that will serve us well. Definitely need all of this. Let's see. All right, I'm not seeing any other candles to light here. However, if I flip back to my map, we need to go to the torch room, which should be straight out of the catacombs. And there might be things to light in the catacombs as well, though I'm not confident I saw anything in the catacombs specifically. But it's not going to hurt to look around a little bit. Okay. Not seeing anything to light here. However, we got these boys. Oh, there's an upgrade disc too. Well, I'm going to take that because we should have the steps to head back. Oh. I can't say that's what I was expecting to have happen here. Then this is over a seal for, I think, Eridna Ares? Okay, so now we're in the abandoned mine. Oh, we've got a foreman's log. Where am I writing those down? Okay, so I've got number 3, I've got 608, this is number 20. So that'll be fun. 20. The date is 7/25. 1950. Oops, that is the wrong line. I forgot that 608 was a 2-liner. Okay. 20. 7/25. So this is 23 days after log 3. After waiting the better part of 3 weeks for the equipment to be carefully hoisted down the cliffside, one piece at a time, the wait is finally over. Today we began our formal foray into the mountain and began excavation of the first tunnel, the first of many. To prevent future delays, Thomas Sinclair has generously volunteered to install a freight lift to facilitate both personal transport. However, to facilitate both personnel transport, both and what? Oh, freight lift and personnel. That's weirdly phrased, but okay. However, after seeing his ornate designs, one can't help but feeling the Baron's delicate taste might be better suited to the ballroom crowd. Regardless of the particulars, I'm sure my crew won't object to riding down to the tunnels in fashionable style. Baron Thomas. Fashioned the elevator into the mine, which means that Baron Thomas is the one who's responsible for having that Eridna Ares design fashioned into the framework of it. So I'm making a note of that. It seems important. Oh, okay. I know where this leads. So now we have a way to get underground through the elevator. Alright, I need to take this upgrade disc inside. I need to go back to my map. We do have a key card. Helpful for me? I don't think it's helpful for me yet. Okay, so I think we just go up the fountain entrance. It'll be the fastest way. So we're taking a right. We're gonna go this way. Okay, so now we need to head to security, which the fastest way is through the workshop. So we're gonna go through the east wing. I'm trying real hard to keep my pages from ripping themselves out of my notebook. They're getting very well worn. I mean, there's a piece of fruit in there. I'm gonna eat it. Oh, and magnifying glass. We're gonna have to head back after we've dipped into security. All right, let's see what we upgrade. Guest bedroom. Okay. Guest bedroom. Hidden effects of a random bedroom in your draft pool? Question mark? Quest bedroom. Plus 10 steps. If you enter the antechamber today, add 2 to your allowance. Ooh. Or, Geist bedroom. Plus 2 ivory dice. If you have a tomb on the estate today, gain an additional 4 ivory dice. Oh, gosh. I do like steps. I think I want the dice. I am gonna go with dice. We'll see if I regret this. Wait, I've got another disc? I had 2? I have another disc. I don't even remember where I picked up the second one. Oh, upgraded cloister. Cloister of Rinna, Cloister of Joya, or Cloister of Draxus. Raise your luck with each green room you draft from this cloister. Permanently add an extra 5 steps to the main course for each kitchen, pantry, or furnace you draft from the cloister. Or gain 4 ivory die for each dead-end room that you will draft from this cloister? What does that mean? Hold on. Oh, because you have to. There's only dead-end rooms. Oh my goodness. I'm leaning towards Cloister of Rinna. Hold on. Oh, we got a name of another angel, and we don't have Draxus written down, but I should make a note among my angels. I don't know if these names are important, but I want to write them down. So that's the baker angel is called Joya. And then beneath here, I'm just going to write death equals Draxus. Draxus is really interesting, but I'm leaning towards Rinna just because I really enjoy green rooms. And we do have the spare green room that we could draft off of that. We've got the courtyard as well. aquariums. So we do have some options. I'll be shocked if you run out of pages and start writing on the walls. I think, oh gosh, these are tough. Honestly, I'm very tempted by the Cloister of Draxus. But it looks so unhappy, I kind of don't want it. So I think we're gonna do a Cloister of Rinna. Wild. Okay, where did I want to go? I wanted to go somewhere. Oh, I want to go back to the entrance hall. Oh, I can't. I don't have a magnifying glass anymore. I turned it into a burning glass. So I think we're just done. I don't think there's anything else I can do. I could yeet all of my money into the chapel, but there's no reason to do that. I could buy things from the commissary. There's no reason to do that. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else I can do. So we're going to call it a day. The east-facing manor of tomorrow. The east wing was favored. Well, you know what? Wasn't my fault. Wasn't my choice. That run took us a long time. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, technically 5 names of angels. We're missing our equestrian angel, our chimney sweep, and our farming angel. And then we'll have all the names. So again, I don't know what I'm doing with them. I just have them. All right, let's collect our allowance and draft our draft our outside chamber. I'm not even sure what I want. Definitely not the hovel. Trading post could be useful, especially if we get those items like the watering can. It'd be very good for that, to trade that out. Tool shed could also be useful. Let's do the trading post though. I think, yes, we've already bashed this open, so there's nothing left in here. Denny, wait a minute. Is that Danny Ravane? Danny Ravane! So the former groundskeeper, probably. Yeah, especially because it says Anne's continual increasing suspicion, was also running moonshine. I don't know if this matters, but I think... So we got a, like we saw in the hovel, basically, Denny's dismissal letter. And I get the feeling Denny was up to a lot of bad stuff. So anyway, trading post. Actually, I'm not going to put this here because I'm probably going to do my translation beneath that. So I'll do a new page. Exploding side room. Revealed Moonshine smuggling. Denny. Ravane. Question mark, all caps. Okay. So if we get a shovel, we can maybe come back here, dig up something. I don't know if we'll get anything good. But it's an option. Let's start with a reading nook. Actually, I'm debating. We're not doing a corridor. It's either going to be the reading nook or the parlor. I kind of don't want a library. Well, I guess... Ugh, I'm gonna do the parlor. Oh gosh, I'm not doing the office. We'll do a hallway. And... workshop for now. Battery pack, interesting. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, right. I don't have any money, so I kind of don't want a library because I don't need to read any of the books in there. I don't think. Well, I guess there is a book we haven't read yet. Gems are in this box. The statement is of no help at all. The gems are in the blue box. I kind of find this false, because if this is false, then this statement is actually quite helpful. Let me see. If we solve it for true, if this statement is of no help at all, then I don't think we can solve where the gems are, because these both say blue box. And if they're not in the blue box, we can't tell the difference between these two, so they have to be in the blue box. Nice. Yeah, it really is. I guess we'll do spare green room. Kind of a shame to lock off the hallway that way, but alas. Okay, now our gems are really starting to rack up. I'm happy about that. Do another hallway. I think I'll do the courtyard. Okay, I just need to find that broken lever somewhere. I think I'll do the den here. I'm gonna dip in, grab my gem. I think we're gonna... I think I'll definitely draft this room. We'll do security. That's fine. And here, I think I'm fine putting the Geist bedroom. Let's backtrack to the workshop. Hi, Olsen. The best one of those puzzles I've seen had the white box say blank, and the black box said the box next to me displays a false statement. That's very fun. This way? No. In fact, there's no reason to go in there at all. It's completely locked off. Okay. Ooh. I think I have to do the conservatory. I really do enjoy modifying the rarity of my floor plans. Okay, I do like the spare green room. I like that being commonplace. Solarium is standard. I think that's fine. And the machinarium is unusual, and I think that's also fine. So I don't actually want to change any of those. Hallway it is. Nothing but hallways. I think storeroom's fine here. All right, time to backtrack again. I'm debating. Oh, we have to go this way anyway. But I'm basically debating if I want to go through here. Because I kind of do. We'll have potentially 2 chances to find her ladyships. Well then, pantry it is, because the bedroom goes in the wrong direction. Just do the hallway then. Do we do the chapel here? I think I'm going to do the chapel, because that's going to get it out of my pool. And then I shouldn't need to come back here, because whatever this is going to dead end. We're going to redraw. We're going to redraw again. Come on! Do the observatory. I was thinking about doing the locksmith thing, but I don't want to lose money to have to run down and buy keys. So basically, I don't want to have to go back there. All right. Nothing exciting in security. Let's go ahead and change the settings. View the estate. Yeah, good thing we didn't miss anything. Okay, that should be active on the network now. Oh no. Guess we're going this way, and we have to hope. Well, that's it. We're done for today. Oh no. Unless, where do we think I'm most likely to find a key card? Probably not the bedroom. Maybe the bedroom. I'm gonna try the terrace. We'll just see. Probably not here, though. I think the bedroom's the only possibility. Oh, I don't think I have drafted the furnace yet. And that would have been a good option to just have it in here. Oh well, too late now. Sad times. Very unlucky. Oh, you know what? I just realized I had a trading post. I could have maybe traded something and gotten a key card. I probably wouldn't have gotten a key card, but there was a chance. What items did I have? I don't even remember. I know I had a battery pack. That's the only one I remember I had. Well, that makes up for the last run taking us an hour and a half. But yeah, I should have run out and at least tried the trading post. I keep forgetting that it's there, honestly. All right, let's see what we get today. Let's do another tomb. I'm not gonna head down there yet. We're gonna wait until we've drafted some dead-end rooms. But this could pair quite nicely with getting books from the bookshop. If we get lucky. Well, we're gonna start with the Geist bedroom. I just realized it sounds like I'm... Oh, it says die. Thank you. Yeah, starting with rerolls, 6 rerolls, I'm not mad. Let's do a bedroom here. And let's do a storeroom. Ooh. I really don't want to do a corridor this early, and I don't want to re-roll this early. Actually, let's do the observatory. Delicious apples, extra steps, and we got our gem back. You know what? That's perfect. Someone had a lot of fun coming with these puns. Absolutely. Okay, we don't want to do the nook or the pantry because they're both are going to dead end to the bedroom. Let's do the workshop. What's in here? Battery pack, we can kind of leave that for now. Could re-roll, but I think the hallway is fine. I'd rather save my re-rolls for when I'm truly desperate. You know what? We have not I'm gonna put the indoor nursery here, and then I'm gonna hope I get a parlor elsewhere to get my gems back. Or maybe a gem will spawn in here. I don't see one yet. I'm gonna wait until I actually do something to trigger this room before I go in. I don't want to waste the steps. Okay, we're gonna do parlor right here. We don't need to redraw anything. All right, now we just have to do the puzzle. Okay, the boxes next to this box contain gems. So that would mean the white box contains the gems. Boxes next to this box contain gems. Lies. They both cannot. Boxes next to this box contain gems. I think that's telling me the white box has the gems. Let's find out if I'm right. I think I have to be. Okay. Don't love the den there. Could do the pantry, actually. Let's do the pantry. Ooh, and an extra delicious apple. Nice. All right, we're gonna do reading nook. I think that's fine, because I do want to go into the library. And then we can hopefully fill in this space from like the workshop or from coming from the north. Ooh, that could be helpful for the bookshop potentially. Okay, we have A Sightseer's Guide to Reddington, a modest account of our town by Sir Andrew Darrell. Taken out in... I wonder if I should be writing these dates down. I wonder if these are significant. Who's Lord Evanson? It was taken out last year by M. Lowry. The third largest city in Fen Ares and site of its former capital, Reddington is synonymous with mountains, mystery, and magic. Hi, Meta! Thy royal blues, how fare thee, O queen of puzzles? Doing quite well, thank you. How are you doing, Meta? Right now, we're reading a library book. Most tourists head straight for the boardwalk and don't get much further than the botanical gardens. However, Reddington has much more to offer. Spectacular scenery, a historic castle, and a charming underground bazaar reward visitors who wish to explore further. Reddington is that type of unique, enchanting place that lingers in your mind and memories long after you leave her. Perfectly timed to coincide with Reddington being synonymous with magic. I love that. Anything here? Well, that's pretty. The Botanical Gardens. Reddington's most popular attraction and a guaranteed crowd pleaser, the Botanical Gardens is loved by both locals and visitors for its azurine... Hold on. No. Okay, I wasn't sure if that was a word from Clara's message. It is not, but it's close. It's similar. Oh, Ajiren. Wait, Ajiren's one of the nations, isn't it? Hold up. Oh, wait, no, I'm thinking it was With an E. Yeah, Araj. I'm thinking Araja, not Ajira. But wait, wasn't... I do think Ajira was what it used to be called before it became Arindia. But I did not write that down. First week of the new job done. Nice. New coworkers are real nice. Even told me to enjoy the project list free time because I tried to help them already. Oh, very nice. Possible new project has a former coworker leading it on the customer side. Was delighted to hear me joining. Oh, that's really good. I'm so happy for you, Meta. Sounds like you're settling in very nicely, and I'm glad that everyone's being so nice to you. Alright, is loved by both locals and visitors for its Ajiran canopy house and mausoleum, its petal-covered trails, and a mind-boggling variety of flowers. This is the reason springtime is Reddington's busy season. Situated just east of town, the botanical gardens offer a scenic and captivating tableau of the natural countryside. A cobblestone trail meanders past over 1,000 species of tropical plants, each remarkable in its own right, yet even more stunning set against the spectacular backdrop of the Reddington Mountains. Allow yourself at least an hour to indulge in this picturesque walk, which concludes at Mainway Station. And then we have Elex X Meservei, a specimen of holly unique to Reddington's mountains. I kind of want to write this down. Okay, so first we have the botanical gardens. Oh, I should make a note that this is a sightseer's guide to Reddington, so I remember what book it's in. I have no idea if any of this is going to be relevant. At this point, I'm happy to have a stable job with my specialization on machine learning engineering. Not all generative, I swear. Hey, I'm not opposed to machine learning. Like, there are definitely good uses for it. And I'm glad that you're able to do something within your specialization, which is good. As long as, you know, like, it's not all stealing people's copyrighted stuff and chopping it up and regurgitating it, I'm not opposed. Like, they have done some really cool stuff with using AI to, like, detect cancer cells in medical stuff, because it's really good at pattern recognition, much better than humans. And so it's more accurately able to identify cancer cells. So yeah, I'm not completely opposed to AI in general. I know you're an artist and many of the adjacent fields are opposed to it. I'm opposed to a lot of the generative stuff, yes. Machine learning is also arguably used for VTuber tech. That's very cool. I have a bit more jaded view of it due to working on it and seeing many aspects of it. I would say I have a more nuanced view of it. Like, as someone who's been in the medical field, I know that there's a lot of uses for it. And I'm definitely pro getting machine learning to automate all of the annoying stuff no one actually wants to do. That sounds great if we can make it actually manageable and, like, useful. But, like, don't take away the stuff I find fun, like painting. Don't paint for me. I'd rather paint. Thanks. If you're gonna take away painting, give us all UBI. Otherwise, let humans do the fun stuff. Hi, Dezo. Should I note down the borrowers? I think I'm going to. I'm worried I'm gonna need it. Then we have November 18, 1987, Lord Evanson. That does kind of date when certain people have been on the estate, so it's not the worst. April 25, 1992. And that is M. Lowry. And then today's date is the 25th. Or yesterday's date, maybe. Like a chatbot that isn't weird. Would an AI chatbot be an example of machine learning? I believe so. It's definitely like generally is generative AI, and usually those are trained off of a bunch of copyrighted books, so meh. Speaking of the creative part, my sister is an architect, academic and working, been thinking about an actual use on machine learning, like pre-generating optimal use of square meters on a property, then the architects can generate preliminary plans and focus on fine-tuning them. That sounds like that could be very cool. I don't know who this is. We'll find out later. Okay, so I'm gonna ignore the introduction, but I do want to make a note that the botanical gardens exist. I want to make a note of the Ajiran Canopy House. And Mausoleum. The other thing I want to make a note of is Ilex X Meserve, which is the unique, this feels relevant, species of holly in Reddington Mountains. Machine learning I tend to describe as a liquid silicone equivalent in algorithm. It doesn't really learn. You pour it on an object to get the mold, and then you can use it to study in various facets. You can use machine learning to get the software to make an imprint on a subject so it can do operations based on it. You can use that to steal art, identify meaning in a sentence, identify facial expressions, cancer signs, etc. Facial expressions are useful for VTuber tech, cancer for medical, copying art for thieving rats, etc. Whereas Meta sees it as a large linear function that produces an input on trained weights. I would say that's pretty similar. Picked up some opening times and stuff that I never would have found. Okay. We also have Featherfall Keep. I've literally implemented this manually, by the way. I believe that, like, if this is your area of specialization, you must know a lot about it and implementing it and all that stuff. You will find sitting at the base of Mount Perma, Reddington's second highest summit, a historic site described by scholars as significantly important to the realm's past. Featherfall Keep, the former home of Lord William Epson, has until recently always been a private residence, serving as a family home to the Epsons since before the Third Era. I think this is also important. I want to cross-reference this with the history of the realm. Okay, so this was the former home, or we'll say former ancestral home of the Epsons, and in parentheses, Lord William Epson, since Third Era. After the death of Lord Epson, his oldest son Lionel Epson left the estate to never return. However, the daughter stayed, maintaining the residence and its staff until her marriage in 1951. Okay, so that must be Clara? Our grandmother, I believe. After William's death, Lionel left and Clara maintained the estate until her marriage, 1951. At that point, Featherfall Keep ceased to be a family residence. It became operating as a historic house, museum, and tourist attraction, and the estate was designated a National Historic Landmark in 1972. I'll make a note of that, but I don't think that's as important. It is still believed by many that Featherfall was built by the first king of Orinda Aries. Wait, what? That would explain some things. Because I was commenting how one of our grandfathers, and I think it was a Sinclair, but I'm not sure. It was a Lord Thomas who built the elevator, and it has the symbology of Orinda Aries in it. Believed to be built I forget the guy's name. I don't remember I wrote it down. Hi, Amon. Is that an exploration game? Yes, this is an exploration puzzle roguelike. Okay, here's what I have written down. So we have Arch Aries. Oh, I need to change this because that's not Orindia. That's Orinda Aries. I had that because I was guessing. Okay, here we go. King Decellus III was the one that was redacted. But it's not, that was not the first king. I believe the king of Orinda, or Orindia, was called Oris, but I don't remember the name of any of his kids. So I'm not sure. I might have to go back and reread that book. Hi, Siobhan. Welcome back. It's really hard to explain the nuance. Yeah, it can be hard. Some people, like, unfortunately, people hear AI and, like, assume it's like a catch-all, like, all referring to the generative AI that's, like, stealing creative works and regurgitating them in worse form. I would say, fortunately, I've seen enough application of AI elsewhere that I know that there's nuance there. Trinsdale Lake. Close your eyes and imagine tranquil, serene stillness, rolling fogs, clear water, and gliding swans. Gliding swans. I'm gonna make a note of that because the swans are on the Epsom crest. Okay, so let's put this here. We have Trinsdale Lake. Mentions gliding swans. And then parentheses, I'm going to put Epsom crest with a question mark. It also mentions rolling fogs, and we've got the national motto of Fen Aries, which mentions fog. In fog we are lost, in fire we are found. In the midst of all that beauty sits Trinsdale Lake, one of Fen Aries' premier vacation destinations, exclusive for its more privileged citizens. The lakeside resort and cabins have been frequented by royalty and the realm's gentry for generations. However, on the southern shore of the lake, tourists are free to enjoy the views and rub elbows with the rich and famous in the 100 Bells Tea Room, which I believe is where our mother was last seen before she went missing. which is open to the general public for lunch on Mondays and Fridays. Which means that, and I don't know if this is important or not, but the day that she went missing was a Monday or a Friday. February 21st, 1987. This is a Monday or a Friday. I don't know if it matters. Hi, Furman. Doing well. I hope you're well. Mount Holly. I'm going to turn the page because this might be relevant as well. At an elevation of 11,220 feet, Mount Holly is the tallest mountain in the Redington Range and the highest peak in the entire realm. Beyond the physical challenge itself, climbing Mount Holly Trail is a beautiful experience and one that many hikers and explorers want to do at least once. It's only a few hours from Redington to get to the trailhead, and you won't need any local guides or special gear if you tackle the trail during the summer season. However, those willing to give the mountain a significant amount of planning and research will be greatly rewarded, whether or not they actually summit. Tomorrow's the final step for your new character creation phase. Ooh. On the opposite side of the peak, far from the trail, rests the estate of Mount Holly, nestled between the summit's northern slope and saddle. This 80-acre mountain residence is almost as old as Redington itself. However, unlike Featherfall Keep, the property has been completely private since the closing of the Mount Holly Schoolhouse in '66. I'm going to make a note of that. So, I don't know if the acreage of the estate, but I will make a note. 80-acre estate. Schoolhouse closed. In 1966. A witch who is more of a support mage for her team relies on herbalism and alchemy for healing than magic. Well, that sounds fun. Still, hikers will be able to appreciate the house's unique architecture at a distance from one of the trail's many north-facing overlooks. That's all they have to say about Mount Holly. Fair enough. Mainway Station Bazaar. For the sentimental tourists wishing to pick up a souvenir to remember their stay, one might try braving the Mainway Station Bazaar. But don't be too hasty. Without proper guidance, the Mainway Station can be a dangerous place. Located underground, this unique Wait a minute. I think Mainway Station Bazaar, when we were listening to the final reading of The Red Prince, when we reached room 46, we got a glimpse of something that looked quite like Mainway Station Bazaar. We might have been there. This unique marketplace was once Redington Central Railway Station, in a time when the Realm's trains were still in service. Now the turnstiles, footbridge, and platform have been appropriated and turned into a cavern of tents and torches. Whether you are bargain hunting, looking for adventure, or finding a memento to commemorate your visit, the Mainway Station Bazaar will be a worthy conclusion to your sightseeing adventure in Redington. I think it is worth mentioning that the Mainway Station Bazaar is an old train station. Former train station. Converted into semi-dangerous bazaar. Trains between countries, I guess we'll say. We'll just say trains no longer run, because it's not even between the countries. We don't have trains anymore. I'm assuming this is likely due to xenophobic or isolationists tendencies. Likely due to Fen Aries isolationist politics. Shouldn't rely on magic in an emergency. Makes sense. And we've got a map. Okay. So Mount Holly is here. There's something called Burrows End here. Should I copy this map? Is this map important? This map might be important. I'm going to copy this map. Okay, so we've got this sort of like kidney-shaped lake. And then we have looks like it's Arias River, kind of coming down parallel-ish to it. So then it kind of hooks in this direction and then sweeps and then kind of narrows into like a river section. Mine looks way more like a kidney than the actual lake does, but whatever, it's fine. It just has to be close enough. And then there's like 2 islands in the lake. And this is the Trinsdale Lake. Let's go ahead and mark this tower. I think I'm gonna have to do like a map key. So I'm gonna put a 1 by that. And then I'm gonna put yeah, this is more of like this shape. We'll put a 2 by you. And then we've got the river kind of coming down like this. And then there is a bridge that goes over. And then that bifurcates. And then one goes into Reddington. And then the other just kind of goes off the page. So this is the Arias River. Yep, we're mapping. And then down here, we've got the botanical gardens. So that's kind of like this shape. We'll call this 3, I guess. And then I guess we're gonna do just like a couple of houses to represent Reddington. And I think I can just write in Reddington. Instead of drawing in any more houses. And then here, we've got kind of like train station vibes with flags. And we'll call this 4. And I'll put this probably down the right-hand side when I'm done. And then here we've got a mountain. It's kind of west-southwest, but mostly west of the Trinsdale Lake. So kind of like here. And then castle shape. We'll call that 5. Yeah. Arias River. This is Tanner Fork, looks like. And then this is, I can probably just write this in, Mount Parma. And then down here, we've got the 2 mountains with the sort of like holly shaped one. We can write in Mount Holly. And then doop, 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 doop. I'm putting in some dash marks for the roads. And then out of Reddington, boop, 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 boop. This one goes up to 100 bells. Do, 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 do. Oh, and then there's Burrow's End. Let's double check. Burrow's End. Okay. Doop, 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 doop. Doop, 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 doop. And just put a couple of little houses there. And put a little 6 on that. I'll probably be able to fill this in. And then this goes up through Angel Tower and continues going north. And then this is the Trinsdale Lake. Okay, so 1 is Angel Tower. 2 is 100 bells. 3 is the botanical. 4 is the bazaar. Actually, I'm going to get rid of the 6 because where I've written the 6 is where I would just put the 6th thing on the map anyway. So I'm just going to write it in normally. 5 is Featherfall. And then this is Burrow's End. And then down here was Tanner Fork. Okay. No idea if I'm going to need this, but I do have it. Oh, and I'll just add like a couple of trees. Oh, this map is so scuffed. But I put a couple of trees around the botanical garden so we know it's very wooded there. And I'll do a couple of trees here so we know there's like forests here too. Not too many in between Reddington and 100 Bells. Have you been able to dig up a lot more lore about what happened to this house with your family? Not really. I've been a little bit stymied, especially because like my progress for today has not been great. But I will tell you, we found a whole message. We found a new room today, which is called the Tomb. It's the last outer room that we needed to find. And in the tomb, we were able to light some candles, which opened some secret doorways. And we were also able to open a way into the underground area that talked a bit about, what's his name? Which Baron did it? I'm sure I wrote it down. Did I not? Oh, it's in the foreman's logs. That's right. We found the 20th log, which was written 7/25/1915, which was 23 days after the third log. The elevator was built by Baron Thomas, which is pretty important because of the Orinda Aries symbology on it. And Baron Thomas is our great-grandfather, I believe. Yes. So yeah, I've mostly just been reading this sightseer's guide and then writing down interesting notes. Like, for example, there is a castle called Featherfall Keep near Reddington that has been in one of our grandparents' families, Clara Epson, who is our mom's mom, so our maternal grandmother, since the Third Era. And it's believed to have been built by the first king of Orinda Aries. So it's quite possible that we may have ties that go all the way back to the first kings of Orinda Aries before it became Fen Aries during the Revolution. I would say that's the biggest thing we may have learned. Was it our uncle or our great uncle who bestowed the house upon us? Our great uncle. Or, yeah, our great uncle. So, the brother of our grandfather. So I guess it's more of our grand uncle. Because I think a great uncle would be your great, or would be great grand uncle. I don't know. I'm not sure the terminology here, but I've been kind of using great and grand interchangeably for our grunkle. But yeah, we also found a coded, I say coded, I think it's in a foreign language. It's either coded or in a foreign language. We found a note left by, I believe, Clara Epson. It was in her tomb. And it has some English in it, potentially. If nothing else, it's got the words gift, heed, forget, which I forgot to underline. Ironic. Or rather, more appropriate. And then it has the names Sinclair and Epson in it. And then a bunch of stuff I don't know how to translate yet. So I'm very intrigued by that. It also has the same sign off that was in the new letter in the entrance hall that we got from our grand uncle or great uncle, whichever one, our grunkle, when we finally reached room 46 and achieved our inheritance. So it seems significant. I think I want to redraw. I want a bookshop. There we go. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna head back to the workshop now. Need to try and get some money. And there is at least one. No, there's still no gems in there. I haven't drawn any green rooms yet. That's really funny. Okay. Does it specify? No. But we do see Oven Nevare. And I don't know what that means yet. Okay. Should write these stamps down. Okay, so we've got a green stamp. So green. It's for nuance. Shows a blimp. I never really thought about the whole great versus grand relative. Your grandparents' brother would be your grand uncle. Then it's our grand uncle. I don't know if the number is important, but I'm going to make a note of it. 10. Okay. Let's do a den. And we'll do a storeroom. Because we want that to be a dead end anyway. And we'll get extra money in the tomb. Because we've drafted another dead end room. From here, I think we're going to do the West Wing Hall. Let's redraw. We're looking for her ladyship's chamber. Ooh, let's do the spare green room. Because that'll give us some gems in the indoor nursery. Get a shovel. And let's see if we can find... The study is tempting. The wine cellar is tempting. We're gonna try one more reroll. Come on. Oh, why not? Do the breaker box then. Very unlucky. Have you ever tried to add enough hallways to make the entire house hallways? I have not. I feel like that's a fun thing to do when I'm out of other fun things to do. Let's do a dining room. is very pretty. I like the windows here. Billiard room. Hi, Animax! Ollie, thank you so much for raiding! Welcome on in, raiders! Hello, hello! My name's Estany. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a variety streamer, artist, and voice actress. And just as a heads up, we're playing Blueprints, and I'm pretty far into the game. So if you don't want spoilers, I'm just gonna hang out on this screen for a minute and welcome you all in and then recommend you leave. But hello, hello. Ollie, how was your stream? Let me give you a shout out. Oh, you're playing Repo! Repo looks like a lot of fun. Everyone, be sure to give Ollie a follow. Wonderful streamer, plays lots of fun things. Has been doing a lot of Yakuza, pirate Yakuza? Yeah, pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, I think. I have not tried Repo. I've watched other people play it. I just don't have a big enough dedicated group of people to play it with. Like, I got Lethal Company and I think I played that like 3 times, and I just don't have a lot of people who play those kinds of games. I got there eventually, Ollie. But I have had a lot of fun watching people playing Repo. It's all good. Unfortunately, Ollie and I live in very different time zones, so I'm not sure how easy it would be for us to play things together. But hello, let me tell you a little bit about Blueprints, because this game is super cool, and I've basically been streaming it kind of almost non-stop for a week, so I should probably tell you about this cool game. I also do need to disclose, before I tell you how cool this game is, that I do have a professional relationship with Raw Fury. Not specifically with this game, but words. I'm getting ahead of myself. Raw Fury, however, did publish this game, so whenever I play a Raw Fury game, I do have to disclose that. I really like it a lot. And I'm gonna hit tab. If you don't want to be, I will say this. I'll give you like the elevator pitch for the game. Then I'm gonna hit tab. There may be some spoilers in there. So if you don't want to see any of the potential rooms that you can unlock or find or anything like that, that'll be your warning. I'll give you like a little warning before I hit tab. You'll probably want to either mute the stream or minimize or head out after I give you the elevator pitch. So, the elevator pitch. We are a child who has inherited this estate from our grand uncle. Well, I say inherited, he's left us with a challenge. Because in this 45 room estate, there is a hidden 46th room and we have to find it. And if we don't find it before some unspecified time frame is up, we lose the inheritance. So that already intrigued me and made me want to try this game out. The other thing that I find really fun about it is that it's a bit of a roguelike in that you have to build the house every day. And it's also kind of baked into the lore in that people reference it, like the changing rooms and the changing items. And I find that really cool. Yeah, the house is not the same every day. What happens is you open a door, like the one I'm standing in front of, and rather than having a room there, something comes up where you get like 3 card options from your deck, quote unquote, of rooms that you can draw from. And the connections, the doorway connections of the rooms, very important. Orientation of the room, very important. Different rooms give you different perks. Most of the rooms are good. Some of the rooms are bad. But sometimes you're stuck and you have to draft something you don't want to draft, and then you're dealing with the consequences of your actions. And and then you collect resources to help you try to progress through the manor. It's really fun. Like I said, I have achieved my inheritance, as the stream title says. And so we're doing some basically post credits digging into the lore, because even though I've gotten to room 46, I have still only scratched the surface of the puzzles this game has to offer. So now, as a warning to those of you who do not want any further spoilers, who are going, I'm intrigued, I want to close out of this stream and go play this for myself, you all should close out of the stream. I love you. Hit that follow button. Come see me later when I'm not playing this game. Go find my VOD for my first playthrough, which is much less spoilery, if you want to go check out some gameplay for this. I'm hitting tab now, so you can actually see some of what this looks like. So you can see our blueprints right here. We start here, and you're literally building these rooms to create pathways to try to get to this antechamber. You can also see that different rooms have different effects. So like, for example, every time we pass through this bedroom, we gain 2 steps. I probably should have also said your resources are limited. You start with 50 steps to try to navigate this estate. Is it like an escape room? I think it has some similar elements, but your goal isn't to escape. There are similar elements in that most rooms have puzzles in them that you don't expect them to have. There's stuff hidden all over the place, and once you get clues to realizing, oh, wait a minute, I know what that means. I have to go to this other room now. Yes, Ollie, you should play it. It's so fun. I will say this before you head out, unless you've already gone. Some people do have some issues with the random draw element. So if you think you'd find that more frustrating than fun, that's very fair. Some people in the reviews have specified like they don't like that as a roguelike. I think it adds to the game, but not everyone does. So just keep that in mind. Again, thank you so much for raiding. We'll see you later, Ollie. Yeah, I had a feeling like when I started talking about this and you're like, ooh, I'm like, I think this is an Ollie game too. If you do play it, I might be there. I'll like sneak in while I'm at work. All right, I'm going to talk more about the game, so I'll see you later, Ollie. Thank you again so much for raiding. Have a great rest of your day. All right, 3, 2, 1. I really hope you've closed the stream because I'm talking about the game some more now. So yes, it's a little bit escape room-like in that there are puzzles in the rooms. And there are more puzzles than what first meets the eye. It's a little bit escape room-like in that you're often looking for codes because there are safes that you have to unlock, or padlocks with a numbered code on it that you have to unlock, that sort of thing. So there's some of that. But a lot of it, I would say, it's more like kind of like a roguelike puzzle box, I feel like is how I more feel about it. In that, yes, you are trying to carve your path to the antechamber, but you're also each run, because you don't make it there all the time. In fact, I've only made it there once, I think. But each run, you're kind of peeling back more of the layers of the mystery around the estate, because you learn things like the history of your family, which is couched in secrecy. There's a lot of like hidden family secrets that you don't know the answers to. You don't even know that they're secrets until you get here, and then you realize, oh heck, this is a whole thing that's going on, and I don't want to spoil anything for you until you decide whether or not you want to play it for yourself. because that's also a big part of the game, is like discovering your family secrets. We found like a whole letter written in a language we don't speak that I'm gonna try to decode at some point. I don't want to talk about any of the other big sweeping puzzles in this game because it's so spoilery, and realizing that those are puzzles is just like this mind-blowing light bulb moment that I don't want to take away from you all. So every little detail counts. Pretty much. I have here, let me try to give you some context, as I have like a full spiral notebook that I've been using to take notes in and work out puzzles and copy things down and stuff. 25, 7, 28. I have 28 pages of notes. I have more pages of notes than days we've been here at the manor. I'm on page 29 now, ready to add more notes. So maybe if you see a broom like a while ago, it might mean something big later in the game. Yeah, that kind of thing. It's very good. I'm enjoying it a lot. I would say the big thing is you have to be okay with it being randomized. You have to be okay with your progress getting stymied by RNG just screwing you over. It does happen. I'm personally fine with it, but I can understand some people do find that frustrating. You do have some permanent things that you can unlock, like stars, which can give you benefits if you have an observatory. Allowance, which gives you free money every day. And then these permanent additions here that I'm not going to dig into until, because I think they're more fun for you to explore on your own. But these permanent things do not reset every day, whereas everything up here does. So for example, in this run, I found a shovel, a battery pack, a coupon book, and a magnifying glass. If I call it a day, I won't have any of these items anymore. My money will drop down to 0, my gems to 0, my keys to 0, my steps will hop back up to 50. And then all these rooms will also go away, and we'll have to start over fresh the next day. But yeah, this game's very cool. I basically bought it as soon as it came out, and I literally could not wait to stream it. So I did a bonus stream last Thursday at like 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. where I streamed the game for the first, well, I say the first time, I streamed the demo as well. So I did that. And then I've been doing so many bonus streams because I can't stop playing this game. I just want to keep playing this game. And if that's not a glowing recommendation, I don't know what is. 17 minus 7. 10. That does, hold on. That doesn't seem right. 13, 14, 15, 17 minus 7 is 10 times 18 is 180 divided by 3 is 90. That's not right. Oh, that's because I'm looking at the wrong number. It's on 4, not 13. There we go. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 minus 7 is 1 times 18 divided by 3. That makes a lot more sense. That's 6. It took you a week to make it this far into the game. So I streamed it Thursday for like 3 hours, and then Friday, I believe, for 5-ish hours. And then I think I streamed it again either Saturday or Sunday. I don't remember for how long. And then I streamed it again on Tuesday for 5-ish hours. And then we have today's stream. So it depends on what you mean by a week. But I can tell you this. I played the demo for 10 hours. I had to force myself to uninstall it because I didn't want to get burnt out on the demo. Five times 5 is 25, minus 5 is 20, so it's 20. 8 minus 6 is 2. Times 3 is 6. Divided by 6 is 1. Squared is still 1. Ooh, key card. Don't mind if I do. That has to be a good game. I really like it. I'm having a great time with it. Office is tempting. But, you know what? The opportunity to spread gold is good. That will help us with the bookshop because I want to buy more books. Regardless, we are going to have to go through the dining room to go north. Unless we ignore the bookshop and do a corridor. I think I'm going to ignore this connection here and ignore the office and go north. Just to make sure I don't block us off from being able to progress. I don't like using a corridor this early, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Security. Security will be good because we can use that to increase the number of security doors. But yeah, I adore this game. I think it's very good. We have 25 coins currently in the vault. Cool. We have 2 gems in our nursery. Nice. Okay, so we're going to set the security level to high. We're going to change offline mode just in case something happens to the power. It shouldn't. But just in case. Okay, let's go this way. Oh, it's locked. All right. We don't have a lot of keys. I don't want to lose my steps right now. So we're going to do the commissary. Oh, nice. Security door. What we got here? The metal detector is tempting. Oh, it's really tempting. Because that'll help us find keys and coins. You know what? Let's buy the metal detector. Because, oh, it's on sale because our coupon book. That helps. But also, if we don't manage to find any more money, we still have 25 coins in the tomb right now. So we can always go back there and then head to the bookshop and buy some cheaper books. I just want as much money as possible, though. Oh, an ad's gonna start soon. Why don't we take a break then? I don't think I have a good way to play music at the moment, unfortunately, so it's gonna be a quiet break. But if you've been here the whole time, or even if you haven't, this is a good point to get away from the screen. Go stretch. Go get a drink. Go get a snack. Take any meds if you need to. We are going to roll a couple of ads to help get rid of pre-rolls for the next little bit. And also make sure we don't have any mid-rolls while we play more later. You're gonna hear the game background audio. And I will see you all in just a little bit. All right, we should be back from ads, and we're back from break. I hope you all had a good break. Let's get back to the game. Oh, I did I turn off the... I don't remember doing that, but I must have. So I don't actually need this key card. Okay, the orientation doesn't matter. I really don't want a chapel. So we're gonna do the hallway. Let's go through security here. Ugh, it's my last key. Gymnasium. Oh, which we've turned off, so it actually is not a problem. Cool. Thanks, Vermin. Oh no. Ballroom's not terrible, because we'll just get our gems back. But I had a feeling it was going to be locked. So we're going to have to check the hallway. Or we could check off the dining room, but I think that might be locked. I think let's go to the hallway. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If we can get one further to the north. Oh, there's the commissary here. Is the keys? No keys. This is probably locked. Yeah. Okay, that's a problem. Do we give up today? Or do we take a chance? Let's draft the veranda. Let me take a chance. It was not worth it. Actually, I don't remember. Did the commissary have a sledgehammer? That is through here. I'm wasting a lot of steps here. But if I had a sledgehammer, we have a chance to get keys. It does. Okay, we're buying... We can't... Wait! With the coupon book, we can just afford it. Keys, keys, keys. Well, you know what? Money's not bad either. Alright, then that means this run's pretty much done. So we need to head back to the tomb, collect our money, and then see what we can do about the bookstore. Through the den. I do not have a place to buy keys, unfortunately. I had the option to potentially draft something, but I decided to draft something else there because I think I could have put it somewhere over here. I think where the pantry was or something. Somewhere over here I could have put it. And I decided not to. And now I have some regret. Let's see. 1. How do I get to the bookshop? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 steps from when we enter. I think we'll be okay. I'm assuming it's all here. Can't believe the metal detector was so rude not to give us a single key. 40, that might be enough for a book. Oh, right, and we're going through the guest or the spare bedroom, whatever it's called. Just the bedroom, which is helpful. All right, what have we got here? Ooh, we could buy the Curse of Blackbridge. We can't afford a new clue, unfortunately. Or we could get Realm and Rune and the 2 drafting strategies. I think I'm going to get the Curse of Blackbridge because these ones will be easier to get next time. So if we can afford it, oh, we saved a penny. Thank you. If we can afford it, we may as well. All right. Is there anything else I need to do while I'm here? I don't think so. I think we just call it a day. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can't make anything with this. I don't think there's anything I need to use my magnifying glass on, so we're calling it a day. Yeah, unfortunately. That's okay. You get to see us start a fresh run next time. Unfortunately, we just did not have any keys to open those doors, so we were just stuck. That's just how it happens sometimes, though. But we did buy a new book, and I'm excited about that. All right. Let's get an outdoor room. How do you get keys? You gotta find them or buy them. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Let's do a shrine. Ooh, the blessing of the high roller. Each time you draft a shop room, you gain an ivory die. Gain an extra 5 coins each time you roll an ivory die. Okay, that's exciting. I like that. But yeah, one of the best ways to get keys is to have a metal detector, which we did have, but only towards the end of our run. The metal detector gives you an increased chance to find keys and coins laying around. Let's do a parlor there. Sure, why not? Thanks for the hydration reminder. I did just refresh my drink, so it's a good time for it. Let's do... Oh. Let's do a den. I want that gem. And then here, we'll do a spare green room. There's nothing in it, so I'm gonna leave it for now. Now let's do the bedroom next, because that's free to walk in. Oh, I should probably read that for people who are new to this. Each time you collect 3 coins, earn an additional coin in interest. What counts as a step? Moving in between rooms. So you can open rooms, it's not a step, but if you step into the room, that's a step. I think I have to do a hallway here. So we're gonna lose a step coming into here, but then we won't have to come back in here, so that's fine. The black box is false. We'll see about that. The black box is true, so one of these is lying. A false box contains the gems. Okay, so if the black box is true and a false box contains the gems, the only false box would be the blue box where it says the black box is lying. If this is false, then a true box would contain the gems. This would also be false, which means the only true box would be the blue box. So in either case, the blue box must hold the gems. Yeah, you don't always need keys to open doors, but as you progress further north into the estate, rooms are more likely to be locked and you're more likely to need keys to open them. So getting keys and other resources, very important. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Well, I think we have to do the Geist bedroom. Because at least that way, we've got some dice to help us progress further elsewhere. So that means this is our only bet. Technically we can go this way, but I'm trying to leave this open because there's some interesting rules as far as how certain rooms appear. And I've been trying to get a certain room to appear for ages and it hasn't. A Geist bedroom. Yeah, it's an upgraded guest bedroom. It gives you 2 ivory dice, and if you have a tomb, on the estate today, you gain an additional 4 ivory dice. It's very nice if you draft tombs. Regardless, getting free dice for rerolls, always good. I guess we're doing a hallway. Yeah, so another thing you can do is you can find these upgrade discs that let you upgrade your floor plans. It's very nice. Ooh, courtyard, heck yes. Get more gems and maybe an item. Well, I'll take the gems at least. We can't open that without a key. Really could do with a shovel or like a metal detector. Workshop is fine here. Oh, thank you. I just was asking for one of those. All right, come on. Her ladyship's chamber. Nope. I will have, yeah, I'll just take the storeroom. So now we've got a key. And we have a chance to potentially dig up more keys. There we go. Shovel's very useful. Ooh, and a turnip. Nom nom nom. I think I'm gonna do the garage here to get the keys. Oh, and there's a dig spot. All right, a coin, we'll take it. Because we have 2 rerolls, I feel less anxious about only having one pathway to go forward. I think we pantry off of here. And then here, yeah, we got plenty of gems. I don't like using a passageway this early, but let's go ahead and use the passageway. I really don't want more red rooms. I do kind of want the commissary, but that is gonna end, it's gonna basically dead end into our hallway. So I think I do the office here. And then we can at least get one of those gems back. The guest bedroom was 10 steps initially, wasn't it? It was. And I changed out the steps for dice. I don't want to do a corridor this early, and I don't want to re-roll, so I think we're going to do the chapel. Into the boudoir or the library? I think the boudoir. Okay, I don't see anything else lying around. I think reading nook for another key. We have a lot of keys. I think this is fine. I'm hesitating to open any of these trunks, but we need to remember we have one in the reading nook. We have one in the courtyard. I don't think I redraw here. I think I just do the library. I don't need the bookstore today. I'm just going to use this to get my new book, which is The Curse of Blackbridge by Redford Ewing. Oh, there's another trunk in here too. I think I am going to use a key. I don't normally like using keys on the trunks, but they can get you some good stuff. I'll take my reroll dice for a key. Yeah, I think that's all right. I think it's a pretty good trade. Yes, the bookstore does add books to the library, but you have to buy them. And we're not going to get a bookstore today. Debating. Do I open this? I'm going to try. Come on, keys. We got a lockpick kit. Oh, that's very good. Oh, and I'm gonna not spread gold yet, but I am gonna log into the network. So if we find a computer elsewhere, we could then log into here and spread gold from that later computer. Because I think the more rooms you have, the more gold you can spread throughout the estate. All right, this is probably where we're going to use all of our dice. Or we could corridor. I think a corridor is fine here. Oh, and then the pool is a pretty good draw for this. Ooh. Let's do the billiard room because that will give us more keys. Of some fashion. Either like 2 normal keys or 1 special key. Okay, so 5 plus 4 is 9, plus 16 is 25. Minus 20 is 5, minus 3 is 2. 11, 14, 20. Oh, wait, no. Okay, so it's just 3 times 1 is 3. 13 plus 8 is 21. Minus 1 is 20. Divided by 10 is 2 times 5 is 10. Ah, boo. That's okay. Think I redraw. Oh, rude. I guess we'll... Observatory is fine. Because at least it's turning into the right direction. Alright, what have we got today? Oh! The sale! Everything is 50% off today. I don't think we've drafted a single shop yet, so we'll have to draft a shop. This would have been so good in the bookshop, but we can't get a bookshop today. I don't think this is worth redrawing, so we're gonna just draw the drawing room. I think we're gonna tunnel. I could redraw. But it could be worse. Actually, I kind of want the greenhouse. Okay, cool. We've got a sledgehammer. There's also flowers in the greenhouse. And one of them has a gem. Nice. A brick. So probably not the best place to draft a greenhouse, but that's really cool. Oh, right, because we use the pump system to turn the water on here, which is probably why the flowers are growing now. That's so cute. Why can I not get a bookshop today? Because our library is the only place where you can draft a bookshop. And it is dead-ended into a chapel. If we go to shops, I'm pretty sure the only way you can draft a bookshop, I think I remember reading it, is only off of a library. Yes, there we go. Titles purchased in the bookshop will be automatically added to the library's book request form, which fittingly is the only room in which this rare floor plan can be drawn. So you can only draw it from a library. Which is a bit unfortunate, considering I would love a bookshop today, but... alas. Unless we get, like, I guess there's one way. The only way we could get a bookshop today is if we get a Hall of Mirrors and then we use that and somehow draw a second library. Then we could, in theory, get a bookshop today, but it's very unlikely. I think hallway here. Secret passage is a little bit tempting, but I think I like the idea of more exits. You know what? Let's do the indoor nursery here. We're not going to step in there yet. We're going to wait until we want to collect the gems. The aquarium is tempting, but really that's... I guess it would technically be one more gem than what we have. But I think we do the West Wing Hall here. I'm a little bit worried about our step count. I'm gonna do one reroll. Her ladyship's chamber! I've been trying to get this one! And we have an office? Holy shit, we might be able to do the thing. There's a queen in here. Okay, let's take a look around before I get too excited. It's a very purple room. She's got a harp. Does it never end? I don't know how that's significant, but I want to write this down. What could be spiraling? Okay, so we've got, let's see. Starts here, goes 1, 2, 3 and a bit. So it's like wiggle, wiggle. It's like very almost like rocky. It definitely suggests it's like a way down of like spiraling down into like a chasm or something. And there are like a bunch of like little X's. So I'm just gonna put some of these X's on. I think I've there we go. I've missed a line. That's okay. X. And then it says, does it never end? Question mark. Cannot not see an eye in that. It does kind of look like an eye. You're right. So this is handwritten note found. What does it mean? No idea. Oh. The ladyship's diary is locked. Oh, but I know that symbol. That is a symbol for Araja, which is associated with the color purple. That makes a lot of sense. Oh, okay. I can't seem to fiddle with it at all. And then that must be William, her father, and her mother, whose name I do not recall. And then that, I believe, is Simon Sinclair, our grandfather. Oh, and then there's that symbol for Araja again. Interesting. I wonder how you find the diary key. Okay, hold on. Before I lose it entirely. We have a chapel. There's a bishop in the chapel. We have a storeroom. There's a pawn in the storeroom. We have her ladyship's chamber. There is a queen in her ladyship's chamber. We have an office. There's a king in the office. We need a rook in the nook. There's a rook in the nook. I need a knight. Where have I been noting these down? Here? Security has a knight. Are there any other places that have a knight? Oh wait, doesn't the observatory has a knight, doesn't it? Observatory has a knight. We can do the thing. Okay, 30 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It'll take half of my steps to get me there. So I think what I do before we head down there is we see what we can draft from here. And if it's a kitchen, that would be super helpful. Dining room's also good, because then we should be able to unlock the meal pretty much right away. You have patio. Ooh. As much as I want that solarium, I think I need something that can go up here. But I think it's really unlikely that we're going to find ourselves into the secret garden today. But just in case we do, I think we gymnasium. Oh, it's a pizza. do the locker room. Isn't it crazy how much game is inside of this game? Yes! I love this game so much. Do you prefer ATL or a different way to address you? But yes, I love this game. Go by Dom, technically. Okay. Yes, I love this game. I love how much of a layered puzzle box it is. Okay, we're definitely not doing the archives. We'll do the conference room here. I'm thinking. Okay, let's go and pop into here. Do I have a key card? I do not have a key card. Great. This is fine. Just do the bunk room. I don't want to do the archives. So I have made a realization. Because I was thinking Herbie was our brother. I was thinking that, that this was written by us. I don't think that's the case anymore. I think this was written by, Grunkle Herbert, and this was written by our grandfather, Simon. Because I don't think we have a brother. I was initially thinking we did. I don't think we do. Yeah, it would have been super useful to have the conference room before the patio. Or before the locker room, because all the keys would have been in there. But, that's okay. We're gonna have our pizza. Which sounds really good, and it's making me hungry. And, we're gonna go out and do some chess. I also love that we got the blessing of the high roller, did not draft a single shop today. But anyway, I don't think that means I shouldn't need any gems. I just leave that alone. Yeah, they're basically, we'd have to go through the gymnasium, and I don't think we have a way to unlock the antechamber. Unless we also get a Great Hall. Which is possible, but feels unlikely. So we're gonna just get done what we can get done, and if we have any steps left, we'll come back. From here, we need to go straight down to the den. True! I figured I would have put some down, but I just didn't. I had other things I wanted to draft. But we should be able to do the chessboard puzzle. How many sanctum keys have you gotten? I don't know what that means. So, Please don't, please don't elaborate. Unless it's something I, should have... Oh, do you mean the basement key? Just the one, if you mean the basement key. Where did I put the chapel? Hold on. Observatory. Above the library, which is 2 above the chapel. Have you gotten back to rooms 46 a second time? Nope, I haven't even made it to the antechamber since then. I've had quite a few... Oh. Choose your piece to receive a new permanent power. Ambition of the pawn. When you reach rank 8 each day, you may choose knight, bishop, rook, or queen. Gain the power of that piece until the end of the day. The mantle of the knight. Add the armory to your draft pool. Gambit of the queen. Each time you draft a room on the queen's side, west wing of your house, lose 5 steps and gain a key. Banner of the king. Each day you may choose a color. Rooms of the chosen color are more likely to be drawn while drafting. Tempting. Piety of the bishop. You do not have to pay tithes. Instead, gain 30 coins the first time you enter the chapel each day with this power. Also tempting. Resilience of the rook. You may draw floor plans up to 4 times when drafting in the 4 corners of your house. Also tempting. I think I want the pawn. You may give up this power by returning to this chamber on any future day and unlocking the pieces again. Oh. Anyway, so as I was saying, I've gotten very unlucky with either my room draw or like just collecting the items that I've needed to make it even to the antechamber. Yeah, that's really cool. I should probably, I'll have to go through my VOD and write down what all the powers do so I don't have to read them again. Like this right here, I think is the closest we've gotten even to touching the antechamber, and we don't have a way to open it. We might stumble into finding the broken lever, but I think that does this side, and we don't have a key card for this room, so I feel like probably not gonna make it even into the antechamber today. Oh, okay, that's pretty exciting. I went away when you were at the first rooms and now you're here. Yeah, we finally got her ladyship's chamber, which was the missing puzzle piece I needed to be able to do that chess puzzle. And fortunately, we already had an office, which I should do something with, because I can put a bunch of money in the conference room. I don't know what that's going to do for me without having any shop rooms, but maybe we'll get a shop over here. Do we have a utility closet? No. I don't even think we have security. Right, because I had to use the observatory. Normally I'd just think of security. well then. Whatever. Do you only have 1 day to complete this game? No. I'm currently on day 20. It just resets most of your progress at the beginning of each day. Keep thinking I'm close to the end and then boom, I have a to-do list that's 10 plus items long. Yeah, that sounds right. Okay. So we're gonna head up to the gymnasium. There's a trophy for beating on day 1. I don't think I'm ever gonna get that trophy. Definitely not on this playthrough. Is it this way? Yes. Oh, right. I don't think I want the armory. No, I don't need money. I think... Oh, you can't become a king. I guess that makes sense. I think that one is going to be the most useful. Also, I should have gone into the indoor nursery and grabbed my gems. I've got steps. You know what? I'm going back. Oh, they become little flowers. That's cute. Not sure how that's possible. I assume very good luck. Oh, there's a... Oh, okay, interesting. Oh, is that the data transfer thing? Okay. Please no more spoilers, though. I don't want to know what things I can unlock, so please don't tell me. Oh, we got car keys. We do have a garage. I don't think we're ever making it back there, though. I think I have to... The vault's tempting, but there's nothing I can do with it. So I think I have to do the aquarium. Oh, thank you for my reroll die. I mean, it's not a huge one, but still. I don't want to know anything. Ooh, the breaker box. You know, normally I would re-roll, but this will let me bypass the security door in the conference room. And I really think it's unlikely we're going to have a key card for sale in the, let's see, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. If I draft this, I won't be able to make it to the conference room to do anything with it, though. So, either conservatory or redraw, I think, is where I'm at. I was really hoping for a utility closet, too, and only just realized it's not gonna help me. Oh, especially because the gymnasium is gonna steal 2 of my steps anyway. I think let's just adjust some rarity before we call it a day. Yes, the aquarium's a shop, so we did get a free reroll, but I don't think we're gonna use it. I think I'm just gonna use the conservatory. Yes, I already ate it, but I don't think I'd be able to make it back there anyway. Because we're at what? 6 steps, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We'd hit 0 hitting in the dining room. So yeah, we're basically done the moment we came up here. The other option would be to buy the commissary and hope we get a key card and food. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's make this. Oh, it's already rare. Great. Okay, cool. I think that's fine. Yeah, these are not exciting to redo. I don't want to change anything though. We don't have a security room to make the doors fail open. You're right, we don't. Ah. So really, I should have gone for the commissary or this, because the commissary could have given us a key card potentially. I just wish it had given us better options. Oh well. We have to call it a day. No, steps though, like, wouldn't have mattered. Because we still only have one door that we have to get through. We have to have a key card to get through that door. So yeah, I feel like we needed a commissary. And yeah, it just wasn't happening. That's okay. Pretty good run though, all things considered. We got our power, which is exciting. We've got our Blessing of the High Roller for the next few days, which is also very nice. Yeah, buy steps, gotcha. Though if it didn't have a key card, then the steps would not have helped us that much, unfortunately. But yeah, we would have needed both. We would have needed to buy steps and we would have needed to buy a key card in order to progress. That's the only way we'd be able to do it. That I know of. And even then the antechamber was closed from all sides, yep. So we were in a pretty big pickle. All right, let's see what we get. I think we'll do the tomb. I like the tomb. And it works with our Geist chamber, or Geist bedroom. Okay. Let's start with a hallway. Best way to play at this point is have 2 to 3 things you want to try to get done, and based on the rooms, focus on the ones you can actually achieve, for sure. I just kind of let the rooms lead me where they lead me. And basically, rather than focus on what I want to get done, I focus on what I can get done based on what rooms I get done. We got a library. Do we have a new book to read? We have a new book to read. Yes. Okay. We have accomplished something. We're reading a new book. I have a whole Blueprints journal building. You and me both. I have 29 pages in my current journal. Forward. The legend of Black Bridge is one that's well known to the people of the Grand Realm. For versions of this tale have been passed down from generation to generation. With each new telling, the story has changed, becoming over the years more colorful, more verbose, and, as one might expect, increasingly horrifying. However, with so many renditions and unique personal touches, The task of confining and binding this tale to text seemed an ambitious and impossible challenge. Looks like an update patch just dropped. Like, just dropped? Because I did an update before starting my stream a few hours ago. Though I didn't look at the patch notes. Over the course of my research, I have heard dozens of variations of the legend, and while the details would often change, I was surprised how much of the story's heart remained the same. Yet, the more I listened, the clearer it became that there could never be a definitive version of the tale capable of capturing all the wonder and myth of Blackbridge. In the end, I chose to write down what felt most authentic, the story my grandmother told me as a boy long ago. Part 1, The Berry Picker from Oris. How long is this book? Oh, wow. Okay, we're gonna be here a little while. All right, I'm gonna drink some water and then we're gonna get to reading. Many years ago, before peace had become a familiar word, there lived a group of rogues so wayward that the locals deemed it appropriate to call their number the Unholy Hounds. They were feral outlaws composed of society's worst, in a time when society was at its worst. And for each crime that fearful travelers credited to the group, a dozen more lay unclaimed, each worse than the last. For the gentry, however, who often value their coffers more than their companions, no crime could measure more wicked than the group's primary enterprise, high road robbery. One such member of this so-called band of rogues was a boy of 13 years, Jesper, who had not been lucky in life, having lost 2 brothers to war and parents to famine. You read this book today too? Nice, and I'm not spoiling anything for you, that's good. In the years of hunger that followed, Jesper lived in a gutter behind a churchyard, relying on the nourishment of scurrying bugs and weeds harvested from the cracks of the alleyway to sustain his pitiful existence. It is not surprising that a child aiming to escape such hardships would take any easy road out, an easy and well-traveled road paved with temptations, leading out of the city and into the gentry lands, where loose purse strings entwine with the strands of salvation and glisten equally with the hope of opportunity. It was this road that eventually led Jesper to the end of his youth, a hidden cave at the bottom of Blackbridge Canyon. Hold on. Okay, hold on. We're library book. That sounds pertinent. What are we reading? It's the Curse of Blackbridge. Speaks of a hidden cave at the bottom of Blackbridge Canyon. It was here that he met his surrogate family and saviors, that notorious gang of godless outlaws known as the Unholy Hounds. Despite the hardened circumstances that had led him to this vocation of banditry, Jesper was surprisingly tender-hearted and was often teased by the group for being too kind for such an ignoble life. For this reason, Jesper was assigned the innocent role of berry picker. It was not just innocence that set berry picking apart from the gang's more wicked undertakings, for it was the only... Taryn, thank you so much for the sub. For some reason, it does not pop up in my activity feed. And so it took me a minute to read your name from the alert. It was the only duty performed without the safety of night's concealment. Jesper, no stranger to solitude, did not protest that he alone worked while the others slept soundly, tucked away in the cave at the bottom of Blackbridge Canyon. On one such occasion, Jesper decided to get an early start. He left the cave, berry basket in hand, and set out into the woods before the morning sun had even brushed against the tallest treetops. It was colder in the mornings, but the headway dawn afforded meant Jesper could reach the furthermost berry patches without worry of being chastised for tarrying upon his return. It took over 3 hours on foot to reach his destination, and along the way, Jesper had passed by many familiar bush, all priorly pillaged, and so bereft of berries that one would have to dedicate several moments in earnest examination before finding a single one. Jesper was patient, but even patience has its limits. He was confident that, even accounting for the time lost to this long stretch of travel, his efforts would be well worth the pains. Surveying the patches in this new grove surprised even Jesper. The red dots suspended among the leaves seemed as numerous as the stars in the skies. Why am I suddenly worried that this boy is picking holly berries? Upon seeing such a bounteous sight, he clutched his berry basket tightly and nearly toppled over out of joy. Once he had regained his senses, Jesper quickly made a decision. He would not reveal the location of his newfound treasure. Instead, he would earn the respect of his confederates who, upon seeing his yield, might attribute the success to hard work. Smiling at his plan, Jesper set off to fill his basket and was making steady strides into the task when the sound of thundering hooves interrupted him. A carriage! A carriage is approaching! The thought of it made Jesper freeze. He had been so enchanted by his discovery that he had neglected to observe his surroundings? How could a roadway be so close? He ducked down and crept towards the impending sound, hiding behind one of the larger bushes nearby. It was only a moment more before the sound source revealed itself. Within 50 paces of where Jesper hid, an elegant carriage with gold trim came soaring around a corner of trees, led by 2 beautiful white horses, and conveyed by a stern-looking driver seated atop the vehicle, flaunting the most sophisticated regalia Jesper had ever seen. It was not just any carriage, it was a royal carriage. Even without ever having witnessed such a thing before, Jesper was certain. The sight had so transfixed Jesper that he stood awestruck, unable to tear away as the carriage approached. The little concealment of the bush was soon proven unequal to the driver's lofty perch, and upon spotting the boy, he pulled the reins with such effect that the noble steed slid to a sudden halt with precise control. "You, boy! Get out from behind that bush!" he shouted with a rigidity that betrayed a modest amount of fear. "You startled me half to death, coming round that bend on my own drive, and me seeing such an unfamiliar face in a place where there ought not to be any face." Jesper quickly contemplated running. The man was much older, and his dress was suitable for courtly behavior, not dashing through the bramble and mud. I was picking berries." Jesper raised the half-filled basket up to allow the driver to see the proof of his words. The demeanor of the man suddenly changed. It was a change that Jesper was familiar with. He had seen many times the same stern expressions on the most fiendish. Bandits melt away when presented with a berry basket. Any suspicions the driver might have had instantly evaporated, for even the notion of a member of the unholy hounds picking berries seemed farcical. The softened expression even made allowances for a smile. "Berries, eh? Say, you couldn't have picked a better spot for them, could you? I used to pick berries here just as a boy." Jesper took his cue to finally step forward out from behind the bush, proudly brandishing his basket. I know, and what luck I found them! I've only just begun picking, and look how many I have! It would have taken me fourfold the time back home to procure this number. The driver bent down for a closer look. And where is your home, boy? It must be quite far. Jesper replied with a scripted response. A little south of Tanner Fork, just past the burnt woods. We know where Tanner Fork is. I wrote that on my map. My God, that is far. You couldn't have come all this way only this morning. It was true, Tanner Fork was the exact opposite direction Jesper had traveled. And while that response would seem perfectly reasonable for a location closer to Blackbridge, he could see why it might seem less believable here. Sir, I've traveled much farther for much less profit. I dare say there's no distance yet by my man that would not be worth undertaking for a price such as these. Surely you've tasted them for yourself? Jesper felt happier with this response as it seemed to amplify the man's smile. Oh, in my youth often, but perhaps I took it for granted because I never had to travel very far. And even then, my father would always drive us here in our carriage, so I'm ashamed I never had to walk such a stretch to earn an equal reward. It was Jesper's time to smile. Then let my efforts reward us both today. He raised the basket even higher. A taste in memory of your youth, sir. The driver chuckled and removed one glove, bending over the seat to reach down into the basket. And at that moment, his fingers touched the first berry. The dagger, in turn, met his throat, cutting through a superficial layer of skin and drawing blood. Jesper caught the man's startled eyes. And for that taste, I will have your purse, sir, in memory of my youth. The driver's arm had gone stiff, his chin raised and trembling, more frightened than he had ever been before. Whether unable or incapable of speaking, he did not respond to the boy. Perhaps he did not think his jaw could afford to be engaged at this particular time. Jesper let the basket drop, freeing his other hand to probe the man's pockets. Do not mistake me, sir. I will not kill you if you give me no cause, though I will admit the thought of taking your carriage and leaving you the indignity of walking appeals to me. Unable to find a purse in the man's coat, Jesper pivoted to search the seat under him. Why have you no purse upon your person? The driver slowly raised his hands, cautiously, pointing towards the carriage door behind him. Jesper lowered the knife's edge a small degree to allow the man to speak, which he did in turn softly. There's a lockbox in the carriage. Well, come down then and grant me the courtesy of sparing your life and binding your hands, a concession I assure you of my tender heart, for it would be much easier to slit your throat. The man started to comply, slowly lowering himself from the driver's seat of the carriage. Once down, Jesper guided him away from the carriage to a nearby tree, where he instructed him to get on his knees and put his hands behind his back. Excusing his inexperience, the man indulged Jesper while he figured out how to adequately bind him. The smile and kindness Jesper had seen on the man's face, now nothing more than a distant memory. In their place, cold, dark eyes displaying no emotion. I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you are showing me? Oh no, this is what the man is saying, I think. I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you are showing me? Jesper stopped, surprised by the question, but ignored it, secured the final bindings, and then hastily returned to the carriage. With one hand on the door's handle, he turned back to the man. If there is no lockbox, there will be no clemency. Inside, the carriage was surprisingly dusty and unswept, a stark contrast to the elegant and polished golden facade of the exterior. It had apparently been many years since a passenger had enjoyed passage in this vehicle. This all but confirmed what Jesper had suspected. The driver of this carriage was not a liveried servant in the employ of some greater master. Any curiosity that this observation might have further produced was quickly abandoned upon seeing what rested under the carriage's back seat: a large wooden lockbox. Despite its hefty appearance, the box was surprisingly easy to handle. With a few minutes, Jesper had dislodged it from its hold and carried it out into the sunlight. Inspecting the box carefully, 2 observations were made. Totemic symbols found carved on all 4 sides of the box hinted that the box was very old and likely not created by Orindian hands. It reminded him of artifacts from the old world and was presumably crafted in one of the ancient realms. I'm thinking about copying this box, but I'm not quite sure how I copy those symbols. Like, there's one that looks like a hand. This one's pretty clear. This one's pretty clear. I don't know what this is supposed to be. Or these ones. Secondly, the box was secured by a rusted yet robust padlock and would not open easily without a key. Jesper looked over to see the driver quietly observing from his indentured position. Do you perhaps have a key you can provide me to open the box? Without emotion, the driver replied, there is no key to that box. Jesper stood up. Easy enough then. He headed over to a nearby rock of sizable dimensions and lifted the stone up, carrying it back to the box. If there was ever a time when that lock had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. With one hit, the stone had completely shattered the rusted lock. He bent back down and opened the lid. Inside there was an effigy, a crude figure chiseled from stone. Without too much deliberation, Jesper bent down and picked it up, somewhat surprised how heavy it seemed given how light the box had felt. Having expected to find something more akin to gold or gems, he looked questioningly to the man, hoping to find an explanation. The driver's smile had once again returned. You are cursed, boy, for deadly is the stone. You've opened that which should have never been opened, and you are cursed. Jesper carried the effigy over to the man and shoved it in front of his face. What is it? That's one. Feeling his disappointment rising to anger now, Jesper tightened his grip on the effigy. One what? You mumbling agenter? And in God's name, why have you no purse upon your person? Hold on, agentor. This is some kind of insult. Might mean old man. Relic. Fossil. Etc. Hey Rev, welcome on in. I'm reading a book and trying to pick out any little bits of clue or wisdom that might be in it. We're reading The Curse of Blackbridge. The man did not seem intimidated. One pace. He paused for effect. 12 more, and you will be dead. He only had a second to flinch before the effigy struck him in the head and put an end to his cryptic ramblings. If there was ever a time when the old man had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. Jesper looked down at the sculpted stone figure, now splattered red. Was it cursed? Was he cursed? He had, of course, heard stories of curses and never doubted their validity in the past, but now he was standing face to face with the possibility of being cursed. His mind pleaded with him to be skeptical. And if he was cursed, what difference would the knowledge make? A dozen more paces would not be enough to find another living soul, to say nothing of the chances of procuring a remedy. If he did not move from where he now stood, he could live maybe another 3 or 4 days, maybe more given the abundance of nearby berries. A plan that, if we ignore its obvious faults might provide additional opportunities for help to come along. But what good would that do? To be discovered here, beside a body, stolen goods in hand, bloated from berries, and raving about a curse that could very well not be real. No, it would most certainly be better to face one's fate now, take a dozen paces, and see if life goes on. But Jesper found his legs unable to make that first step. His mind was unable to convince his limb to waste away 1/12 of his life in a single motion. Feeling the desperation sink in, he hopelessly looked about him for a solution, and if, by some stroke of luck, the gods had heard his plea, a miracle materialized before him as he found himself suddenly at the end of a fairy tale. Thank you for the hydration reminder. This is a lot of reading. Two white horses and a carriage of gold trim were beside him, the answer to his immediate prayers. He laughed at his fortune and calculated the short number of paces back to the road. 4. Perhaps only 3 if he jumped. Interesting. You know what? I'm going to make a note of this too, because it's talking about a curse linked to a number of steps, which is somewhat reminiscent of the mechanic of the game. Less so a curse and more so an inconvenience. That emote shows as the original version of the text box, but the cat version in chat. Yeah, because the BTTV emote or FFZ emote, I'm not sure which one it is, has the same exact name. So I'll have to rename one of them. Thanks for the heads up, Deso. But also I'm thinking, if his paces and he can jump, can he just roll everywhere? I mean, obviously that would be super awkward, but could you just like literally roll everywhere? I don't know. I don't know how this curse is supposed to work. He made a quick survey to see if there was anything he wished to grab before taking the plunge. He thought about removing the driver's fancy coat, as that appeared to be of some value, but the additional risk of undertaking a task too great to chance. And so, after a profound breath, he took his second, third, and fourth steps, though they were quite large. Seated now behind the horses, what other deep puzzle games have you played? Good question. So I played Outer Wilds, if you count that. I loved that, adored that. I played Return of the Obra Dinn, also adored that. I've played, I think, all of the Room games that are currently out. I've played the Talos Principle and the Talos Principle 2. Loved those. I've played The Witness. I've played Heaven's Vault, which I think is more of like a... It's like half puzzle, language puzzle, half point and click adventure, which was very good. I've played Chance of Sinar, which was really, really good. Basically, if a puzzle game exists, there's a very high chance I've played it. Because I love puzzle games. They're my favorite games of all the different types of games that there are. Put a puzzle game in front of me, and I'll be like, yes, I want to play it. Animal Well. I haven't played that one. I didn't know that was a puzzle game, actually. All right, that's gonna have to go on my wish list. I've heard of Animal Well, and I've heard great things about it, but I didn't know it was a puzzle. It's going on my list. I was looking for a thumbs up emote, but it turns out someone gifted me a Sea Dog VA sub. Nice. I'll put it on my wish list after I'm done streaming today. Because yes, I've heard a lot of people recommending that game, and I didn't know it was a puzzle. So that's very cool. Oh, I'm trying to think. There's some great puzzles in it. Nice. I'm trying to think what other puzzle games I've played. I've played so many. I've played Abduction, but I've not yet played Myst or Riven, though I did play the demo for the remaster of Riven, and my computer could not handle it. But I do want to play those games. What else have I played? I've played a game called The Last Campfire, which I would say is not quite as in-depth as most of the ones that we've listed, but still a very good puzzle game. Otherwise, I'd probably have to go through my list. There's too many puzzles, I can't remember them all. Oh yeah, I've totally played The Witness. I've got a terrible playthrough up on my YouTube because I played it back when my computer was much worse. And I really struggled to stream it. So it's real bad, but it is up on my YouTube. Did you know Sea Dog is cycling across Japan again for the Immune Deficiency Foundation? I did not know that, but good for him. But yeah, I love puzzle games. So if there's a puzzle game that you can think of, I've probably either played it or want to play it. Okay, steps. Seated behind the horses. Suddenly realized he was still gripping. Yes, I have played Baba Is You. I think I've completed it. That one was tricky. It was very mind melty. I have played Fez. I didn't like that one as much. It was fine. Oh, you know what? Superliminal. Loved that game. The Pedestrian. That one was also a really good one. If the curse was real, then it would most certainly be better left here. If, on the other hand, the story was fictitious, there might be some appraisal that could be made of the figure. It was, after all, found within a lockbox whose typical function often secures objects of value. Having witnessed firsthand the horrors of destitution, Jesper found his mind equally reluctant to allow his hand to let it go. If it is cursed, I die. If not today, then tomorrow. And if I die, what care have I? And with that statement said aloud, to the horses seemingly, Jesper took up the reins with confidence. I do like platformers. Like, I've played all of Celeste. I adored Celeste. I do like some puzzle platformers. There was just something about Fez I didn't like, and I couldn't really put my finger on what it was. It just didn't grab me. Miller awoke to some... Oh, I guess I should say this is now part 2, Below the Black Bridge. Miller awoke to some light nudging from a familiar foot. Only one person would have had the cheek to awaken her in such an ill-mannered fashion. Shaking the sleep from her eyes, she glared up at him in the darkness, but did not say a word. He nudged her again, teasingly, then stepped back into the dim. After taking a moment for her eyes to adjust to the darkness of the cave, Miller remembered. She was on third watch today. Quietly collecting her things and wits, Miller turned as she left, waving to her young friend who was more than likely already asleep. She crept through the cavern's main passage, careful not to wake the sleeping bandits around her. Like a hero in a book, she often mused. Quietly, she grabbed a bow from the haphazardly formed pile of weapons, shaking the accompanying quiver in the darkness to assess how many arrows it held. Then she walked towards the sun-drenched mouth of the cavern, ready to start her shift. Above her, in one of the few trees found in the canyon, Miller could see that Ravia was already posted. No worries, I love talking about puzzle games. I'm always excited to hear about new ones, so it was a good conversation. She waved and Ravia waved back. Calling out to each other was strictly forbidden. Anything louder than a gesture in the canyon was forbidden. When Miller reached the tree, Ravia lowered a braided rope and pointed to the ground behind her. Miller turned, following the finger, and saw a pail of water resting beside a nearby log. She turned back to Ravia, nodded, and secured the pail to the rope. The pail went up first, and in turn, Miller followed. Ravia reached across to grab the water. Miller leaned back to give her space. There was not much room for maneuvering in this tree post, a necessary concession for the concealment of the outpost demanded. Ravia tilted the pail up to her mouth dramatically, illustrating how thirsty she had been. Miller laughed silently as water poured out, splashing onto Ravia's face. I can understand that. I feel very Ravia right now. This is a lot of reading. It was a bit too daring and noisy of a joke, and had the others been around, they would have certainly been scolded for the unwarranted sound. But Miller appreciated the efforts Ravia took to verbalize the silence of the morning. They had been on third watch together for over a month, and during that speechless time, their friendship had grown into something special. Affection was unsurprisingly scarce among the unholy hounds. She had felt camaraderie before, of course, but intimacy? Never. From their elevated vantage, the girls could see both the concealed entrance of the cavern as well as a clear view of the bridge that spanned across the canyon. Blackbridge was the link between the Gentry lands and the northern mountains, the overpass that connected Oris and Reddington. To the city-faring travelers of the realm, the bridge was an unavoidable crossing. In the day, the task was to ensure that travelers passed by without stopping. At night, the task was to ensure that they do. Like most of her band, Miller preferred the night. The biting glare of the sun might be tolerable to farmhands and bricklayers, but to a cavern house bandit, it was a source of constant annoyance. In the day, there was no shroud to conceal her expressions, nor to hide her thoughts. She felt exposed. Ravia touched her elbow and pointed up. Miller, striving to suppress the budding smile, suddenly shook her head in response. There were many signs that the unholy hounds used in lieu of words, but the two of them had developed an extended vocabulary. Gestures quietly forged in the shared solitude of their month among the branches. She watched as Ravia shifted, placing her palms flat on the floorboards beneath them. Miller knew what she was trying to say, but shook her head a second time. It was often more fun to pretend not to understand. Ravia rolled her eyes and turned away, looking back to the canyon. Squinting through the leaves, the two girls held still, watching and listening. It was not long until Miller, too, heard the sounds of approach. I wonder if that's going to be our boy, our cursed boy. Ravia held up two bent fingers, and a few moments later, two men emerged from the bridge's southern end. They were dressed in familiar uniform, long gray coats with black facings, white waistcoats, and black tricorn hats. They belonged to the local patrol, the Blackguard. Okay, so the story predates... I messed up my writing. I'm gonna start over. The story predates Fenris. And the revolution. Although not everyday occurrence, their presence at Blackbridge wasn't an unusual sight. Ooh, actually, there's a thought. Has Blackbridge been renamed, considering that they tore down all the black banners when Fenris took over? It typically indicated an important traveler's impending passage across the bridge. Information that the girls would promptly relay to their leaders as soon as the coast was clear. But this report, while exciting, was rarely acted upon. In Miller's 5 years in the Unholy Hounds, she had never once seen a carriage taken in open daylight when the Blackguard was nearby. I'm glad. Maybe it's now Redbridge. That's what I'm thinking. We know that it's near Reddington. Hold on. It could be the bridge that is crossing the Arias River in the map. It really depends on, like, there's no real... When I copied the map that was from the sightseeing book, there wasn't anything to indicate, like, scale. So I have no idea if that could be that bridge or not. But even if it is, the bridge was not named on the map. The men had nearly reached the bridge's north end when Miller heard... North end. Okay, so never mind. That's not that bridge, because that bridge was, I think, an east to west facing bridge. Okay. The men had nearly reached the bridge's north end when Miller had heard the horses, faintly at first but growing louder with each passing moment. Oh, this might be our boy. Or it could be somebody else. But I'm wondering. Anyway. Faintly at first, but growing louder with each passing moment, Ravia's eyes met Miller's, the same concern mirrored in each other's expression. This did not sound like the typical carriage, cautiously approaching the bridge to cross. Instead of the familiar crunch of the high road's gravel, they heard the harsh clattering of hoofbeats against stone. Both girls quickly redirected their attention downwards, looking through the foliage. The sounds were not coming from the high road, but from the canyon itself. The horses were coming from below the bridge. In an instant, Miller had knocked her arrow and drawn her bow. Go! Ravia was gone before the whisper had even left Miller's mouth. The young scout was already sliding down the bank below, racing towards the cave. There was no road that ran below the canyon. There was no reason for the numerous horses to be approaching their cave. There was only one reasonable conclusion, and both girls had reached it instantly. The base had been compromised. This was a blackguard attack. The moment the horses came into view, Miller let loose her first arrow. She was surprised to see a carriage. She had expected cavalry. Before she even finished processing that thought, her second arrow was in the air. Without a trail, it would be unthinkable for a carriage to traverse such rough terrain. Oh, I think this might be our boy. Yet she watched as the wheels jolted over the rocky riverbed. A third arrow was now in flight, and there would be no need for a fourth. The driver slumped over just moments before the vehicle dipped into a small ditch, slamming into an embankment. The force of this sudden halt immediately shattered the front two wheels and catapulted the driver from his seat. Utterly confused now, Miller quickly glanced over her shoulder to see if any horses were also approaching from the rear. Down in the canyon, the entire horde of the unholy hounds came spilling forth from the earth, as if hell itself had suddenly sprung open. The group seemed even more bewildered than Miller, half asleep and tripping over one another in a desperate attempt to engage an unseen enemy in combat. Miller could see Ravia among their number, the only one looking up at her. Her expression was chilling. There would be no need for a silent gesture to convey what they had both now realized. They had made a mistake. The gang's chieftain, Jeffrey Heartslasher, led the others cautiously approaching the crashed carriage like a suspicious fox would near a baited trap. There were no words exchanged as the group crept forward in customary silence. A dozen or so paces in front of the wreckage lay the far-flung driver, an arrow protruding from his broken body, and beside him, a blood-stained effigy carved from stone. I wish I had a magnifying glass so I could get a better look at that effigy. Kind of looks like a hand. Also kind of looks like a bird. I want to copy some sort of picture of this just so I can see if I ever come across it. I feel like there's some link between this effigy and this house. Especially because, like, why would they let you take out this book if there's, like, no connection at all? So I'm going to do my best to copy the sketch that's in the book, but it's not going to be very good. So then it kind of peeks up like a beak almost. And this is kind of like do, 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 do. And then it looks like it's got kind of like a fat little body. Almost like wearing, I'm not even sure, like a vest or something? A waistcoat? Yeah, it kind of curves like this, and then it's got like a strap that goes up into that. It's darker. And this is also kind of shaded in. And that's darker. And then it kind of looks like a weird hand down here. It just feels kind of relevant, so I'm gonna just copy it down because it's definitely like a hand, right? Like this is the thumb, these are the fingers, so it's like a hand, almost like a gauntlet or something. It looks like a weird glove. Looks like two hands? I only see one hand. I'm curious where you see the other hand. Like clasped together? I can't tell. Like I definitely see this hand. And then this kind of looks like a weird bird thing. Wearing like overalls. And then this kind of looks like a knife. And then there's just like a weird sort of like half circle symbol here. And then like almost like a little hingy thing here. I should probably sketch that in too. Like a handshake. Maybe? Like I guess you could maybe see this as another hand. It doesn't quite look like that to me though. My goodness. Okay, I'm almost done. Almost done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more pages. And also, we got a symbol here for Arinda Aries. Oh, I should make a note. Because I'm going to have this sketched here and then be like, why did I draw this picture? Cursed effigy. Kinda. Badly copied. I am. I'm gonna be wrapping up pretty soon, but I spent probably the past like 30 minutes reading this book. Seeing the extra spot on the top left doesn't make sense for a hand. Yeah, it's kind of weird. For me, it just looks like a weird glove, like a weird gauntlet thing. What is room 46? Spoilers. I've only hit it once and it's a secret, but my mom's voice was in there. I'll just say that. Just in case there's anyone who hasn't I have reached room 46, but yeah, I don't know. There's more to it. We saw some blue stuff in there, and my mom read her original book. Hello, Waika? Please let me know if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, but hello, welcome on in. Miller was inconsolable. Jesper had always been her favorite. He had always shadowed her in the night, clinging to the hems of her every move, the way a child tails behind an older sibling. Tender-hearted, she had always called him, though deep down, she had known that wasn't quite true. His appearance of gentleness concealed a raw, resilient durability that emerged in the most perilous of situations. He had been a flower among the nettles of this cave, but he still had thorns, honed by a grim past and 100 hands of misfortune. They buried him in the darkness in the back of one of the larger cavern rooms. He was interred with a berry basket and a silk handkerchief that he had treasured. The mysterious effigy they had found beside him served as a distinguished gravestone. Wait a second. Oh no, it's here. Ooh, at that, like that angle, it looks like a little dude holding a knife. Jump into some post 46 runs yourself. Nice. The mysterious effigy they had found beside him served as this blah blah blah. A marker that stood out as somewhat special among the rows of similar swords marking neighboring plots. No one spoke, not even in whispers. There was nothing to say. Should make a note. Is that... Yeah, I guess that's a gravestone. Because there's, So I guess, among the gravestones and swords marking graves in the back of one of the caverns, there is a grave question mark stone with the symbol. I guess, yeah, symbol. I was going to say sigil, but it's not quite the sigil. It's just the symbol of Orinda Aries. Weird. Yes, get some good sleep, Sock. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, I'm gonna at least finish this run, and then this will be the last run of the stream. I was not expecting to spend this much time analyzing this book. No one spoke, not even whispers. There was nothing to say. Miller awoke the next day to a thunderous shaking and rattling of the earth, a far cry from the playful nudging of the previous day. She strained to adjust her eyes, but the choking sting of stirred-up dust caused her to flinch. Panic was also in the air. The sounds of scurried footsteps and clattering feet filled the space around her. But even in alarm, the silence was louder. What was it that sounded so strange? Miller closed her eyes tight and used her feet to guide her along the passage. The whispers around her were getting louder, and intense voices could be heard ahead, louder speech than she had ever heard spoken in the canyon. A growing dread grew as Miller approached the mouth of the cave. Her eyes now open wide despite the dust. Shouldn't it be day? Miller felt a hand in the darkness pulling at her. It was Ravia. The two embraced, and Miller did not need to see her to understand. Ravia placed two bent fingers against Miller's cheek, and with that touch against her face, Miller felt the same sinking feeling from the previous day. Two bent fingers confirmed what Miller had suspected. The girls had forgotten to relay one critical piece of information to the others. The Blackguard, I guess? An hour or so later, the screams began. The blood-curdling cries of hopeless desperation. Captain Fodrick Lee of the Blackguard looked down from the ridge of the canyon to the collapsed entrance of the cave. Ah, he grinned. Now they speak. The Blackguard collapse the cave. Do we know where any cave-ins have happened? I don't know. I feel like this is something we're gonna explore or maybe get to at some point. Huh. Interesting. Very intrigued. I'm just over here like, why did they give us that book? What is significant in that book? Oh. Well, I can't do any of those, so I guess we're doing a mailroom. I can't. It doesn't look like there's anything in there. So I'm not gonna go in. Oh, yeah, that was bad. Okay, cool. Hallway. That's our only option. Though honestly, even if this day ends up being super short, I don't mind too much. Because we got to read a new book. I hate to do a corridor this soon. I don't want to do the den here. But if I do a storeroom and then I get trapped by the parlor, I'm gonna regret it. So I think I have to do the corridor. Ugh, it hurts. All right, let's do some logic. The gems are in the black box. We'll see about that. This statement is of no help at all. I feel like I've had this puzzle before. This box and the blue box are both false. I mean, if that were true, then it would be false, which would, that's a paradox. Wait, if this is true, it's false, so it has to be false, which means they're both not. I'm just opening the black box. Yeah, we upgraded our parlor recently. Ooh, a shovel, nice. I don't remember what the other upgrades were. Oh yeah, one of them was like you get 2 keys, and I'm confident in my logic puzzle ability that I skipped that one, and I don't remember what the other one was. Oh right, it was the red room upgrade where it's like the funeral parlor, where if you it equals the number of red rooms, and I'm like, no, I'll just take this straight upgrade, thanks. Yeah, you can only use the key once. One of the upgrades you can get... Oh. Well, these are all bad. I think I'm gonna do the closet because I might get dice. Don't think I've gotten a parlor upgrade yet, but I've got a bunch of other ones. Nice. Yeah, key and dice, I think that was worth it. If they were all gonna end anyway. Hammer. Don't think we have any trunks yet. I mean, I'm gonna do another hallway. I feel like I'm gonna get to a point where I'm gonna make an entire house out of hallways and it's gonna be real funny. So I actually changed the rarity of my workshop, so now it's commonplace. So I get it like all the time. I think I want the music room for keys, even though I do want the Geist bedroom. Ooh, key card. It's not what I was expecting, but I'll take it. Yeah, hopefully you'll get the chance soon. I think I have to do I mean, obviously I can do any one I want, but I think I'm gonna do the pantry just so I can keep moving. The red room upgrades feel bad, like the empty closet just makes the room bad with a chance to be as good as one of the other upgrades. Yeah, I mean, there was one I was really tempted. I upgraded my cloister today. And one of the options is to, what is it called? The Cloister of Draxus or something like that. Basically, Angel of Death. And it forces you to dead end all the rooms, but you also get reroll dice for every dead end room that you open that is attached to that cloister. So it could be very good. It's very high risk, high reward. Honestly, the main reason why I didn't pick it was aesthetics. It just looked so sad. It was like covered in blood and stuff, and I wasn't about that. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, that's exciting. No, I didn't see that. Oof. All right, let's go key. Ooh. Yeah, let's do a drawing room. That's a good place for one. Of course, we are now almost out of gems, which I am a little bit concerned about. I think I just West Wing Hall here. I think I'm gonna leave that for a minute. Well, the only one that lets me keep going is the bedroom. Or I guess technically the commissary. I do have... I don't want to... I could re-roll. I'm not gonna. Now I got more re-roll. And I can buy gems. Oh. Oh, wait. It's a sale day! Thanks, Micah. Thanks so much for hanging out. I'm buying a set of gems. Geist bedroom. Heck, yes, swimming in dice. So many dice. Hopefully they serve me well. Shame that we are not going to be able to draft those 2 rooms, but that's okay. The closet and parlor ones feel like they're only good if you focus on the floor plan upgrades and red rooms, which seems interesting but not something you do unless you know the game well enough. Agreed. Like, it could be definitely interesting to do that like on a separate save, just like pick all the red upgrades and just kind of see how your game goes. I think we're gonna do the spare green room. That's fine. Ooh, broken lever. Okay, so we need to find our way into the greenhouse. I also need keys. There weren't any keys for sale. No, there weren't. Okay. Do I go through the gymnasium to get back to the hallway? No, I think I opened this door. Can I give you a small hint? No, thank you. I'm here to figure this all out on my own, but thank you for asking. Ooh. I don't think I have enough green rooms for the patio. Okay. Ooh, okay, security. Yeah, I think that's fine. We have a key card, so we're gonna go ahead and... Oh, that's right. We have a bunch of coins in the tomb. I was like, where are all those coins coming from? So we're gonna bump up the security level to high, and hopefully we get a whole bunch of security doors. Okay. I am... Where do I want to go? I'm kind of tempted to go back to the tomb and pick up all that money and then go open one of these doors and then re-roll until I get the thing that lets me buy keys. But I think I would probably be better to try to get the thing that lets me buy keys first and then make the trek back. I hate that that's my last key. The pool's kind of tempting though, but I think I'm gonna do the storeroom. Ugh. Ugh. I hate it. But it does give me a key. But I'm basically trading a key for a key. Ugh. Not happy about it. But this gives me a chance to get a locker room, but I may not be able to open any of the doors. Ugh. Are we back? Yeah, let's go back to the hallway. Let's veranda. That's a pretty good one. And I've got the shovel and the sledge. Keys? Secret garden key! It's a very good key to find here. Oh. Oh. um. Hmm. I think I'm gonna redraw. Ugh. Do I just get the locksmith? I think I get the locksmith. I don't want to do that here. That means that my secret garden key is probably going to be useless. Hi, show. Fine. Let's buy a special key. Oh, okay. And I'm gonna buy, I think the lockpick kit and a key? And then maybe if we can get some more steps, we can come back and get 3 more keys. I think the lockpick kit is gonna save us more trouble. Oh, wait, what? Did I miss? I thought I had 15. I guess I don't. Okay, cool, then. Oh no, I bought it, and then I ran out of money. Okay, never mind. They have more than just a single key. Got it, got it, got it. Okay, could really do with a battery. I could do with a lot of things, let's be real. Maybe I can do, maybe, I feel like the secret garden probably is only draftable on the east wing. Well, let's find out if I'm wrong. Okay, so now we do the pool, I think. Because, yeah, I don't want to do the chapel. I don't really feel like doing the dark room. I don't feel like re-rolling. I think the pool is fine here. And that gives... Ooh, hello, security door. That gives us a chance to also get the locker room. Can I use my secret garden key? I can! Heck yes! Okay. Spreads fruit throughout the estate. I'm probably not going to be able to go back and get it. Ooh. I feel like Resilience of the Rook is probably going to be more useful for me here. Ooh, fruit. Metal detector. Oh, someone is mowing. I apologize if you can hear that in my background. Well, I do think we'll probably reach room 46 or 45. We'll reach the antechamber today. I don't know if we'll make it back to room 46 because we really don't have the steps, but there's a chance. Let's start here. Oh, I should have used my prism key. That's okay. Bedroom's good here. I don't want to use another... I don't want another bedroom, so we're going to use our last key here and then probably re-roll a bunch so we can go straight through. I could spend the rest of my gems on the foyer. kind of don't want to. But I think I'm going to. Mowing at this hour? Yeah, I mean, I guess. All right, we got the basement key again. I really should have I didn't expect to make it this far. I should have definitely opened this first before trying to get here. I didn't think it was gonna happen. I really didn't. Okay, can I use my prism key? Oh. Sure. Mr. Nogula, Anne wanted me to remind you once again that it is expected of you to keep the grass in the cloister cut and the trees trimmed. I have a feeling you may have forgotten how to open the cloister wall again. Okay, so in the demo, this was what was in the hovel along with Mr. I've forgotten his last name, Rivain's termination notice. So they moved it here to the solarium. Okay. I have a feeling you may have forgotten how to open the cloister wall again, so to save you some stern words, I decided to draw you a little diagram to help you out. Who knows, maybe this time it will stick. Sympathetically, Bridget. Cloister grounds access. While face to face with the angel, press the base of the 2 pillars on either side of you. Will do. Okay. Food? No. I don't know how this works. I do not understand the logic of this puzzle. It seems like it's shooting across. Yeah, it seems like it's going across. And how did this one work? Why is it going adjacently? I don't understand. How? I don't get it. What the heck? I can move it down. This is weird. But I can't move it like across. Huh. But if I switch that over, I can move this down. I don't get it. Yeah, obviously that turns it off. I can use this to move down. I don't get his show. I don't know how to get it to all four corners. Because it looks like if they're on the corners, they can hop across the corners. And if they're on the middle, they can hop across the middle. And if it's the only one in a column, it can go down. Yeah, basically if it's in the corners... Oh, I've just reset the puzzle. Maybe I broke the puzzle somehow, because I did move the yellow things around. So that moves that up. There we go. That was much easier by resetting it. Okay, not a total waste of a run then. So now we just need to get more food. Come on, dining hall. Come on, dining hall. Come on, dining hall. Ooh, oh, I can't afford it. Come on, dining hall. Come on, dining hall. Come on, dining hall. Come on, dining hall. Ah. Well, these are all kind of bad. I guess we can do the chapel. I don't think the conference hall would have helped us here because we've already done all of our spreads. Oh, Oh, I only have a basement key. I was like, if I have my prism key, I could have gone through there. As food sometimes? Ah. Let's try going through the pool. We got a banana. That's good. Does not reset each day. Hello? What is this? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I saw this. Foundation elevator. That goes to the basement. Have you never had that room before? No. I've never seen this before. It's an amazing spot for foundation. I don't know why. Furious notebook flipping. I've seen this before. Let's see what's to the south first. It's like the goated for the foundation. I don't know why, but I'm excited to find out next time. I can't get any of those. We're gonna do the billiard room. There's sometimes food in here. We'll risk a step. there's no food. Sad times. But we will do the puzzle. Okay. We got 16. Minus 10 is 6. Times 5 is 30. Divided by 10 is 3. 11. Wait. 11 times 3? 33? Minus 13 is 20? 3 times 10 is 30, minus 20 is 10. Okay. I got that streamer luck, I guess so. Not mad about it. All right. Oh, here. I think our best option here is to tunnel. There's a part of me that wants to draw the wine cellar just because I don't think it is, but there's a part of me that's like, there's something about this basement key in the wine cellar, but maybe it just opens from the other side somehow. We do have keys. You know what, let's do the Great Hall. Because we got our lockpick kit, we've got keys. How are you just open? What? Why are you just open? What? Why are these open? I don't understand. I'm not mad, but I don't get it. I got the foyer? Oh! I thought they had to be connected! That makes the foyer so much better. Oh, I don't care what that's pointing me to. Oh, it's probably pointing me to whatever this is. We got a key, we got a gem, we got some coins. Nice. Your streamer looks goated right now. I don't have the steps though. Dining room. Okay, what is that? That needs an aquarium, right? So before we leave, let's see what we can get. Yeah, I think I'm getting that streamer luck because the game knows that I was supposed to end my stream a half an hour ago. And it's like, oh, you thought so, huh? I do not want to spend time on this puzzle, honestly. So we're gonna skip the gallery again. We'll check it out next time. Do I walk through here? Ah, I really need an aquarium. Let's see. 7, 6, 5, 4, and then I'll get another 20. I think we go up this way. Yeah, I agree. Save the steps. I think, yeah, only basement key, so let's lockpick it. The kitchen? I think we do the kitchen. We're gonna eat so much. I've never drafted an attic. Can't afford it. That's fine. Yeah, this is fine. I think we can make it back to the antechamber today. So let's go ahead and eat. I'm excited. We're gonna, and also it's a sale day, so I think all the food's gonna be real cheap too. Okay. Doesn't matter. Tomato soup will give us 10. I think that's fine. Club sandwich, nom nom. Tomato soup, nom nom. And I don't need my money for anything else, right? Yeah, I think I just eat a bunch of bananas until they don't sell me any more bananas or I have no more money. There. I think we're fine. In fact, we even have enough steps. I'm gonna go into the hallway and see what's down there. Let's see. Conference room would have been nice earlier. Pump room. Can't afford the vault. Should I redraw? I can't do anything with the pump room. Let's just put a conference room and see what we get. Okay, nothing here. Hello? Oh. Oh, I see. Good night, show. Thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you get some good sleep. This is one of the reasons why that placement is amazing. Yes, please get better sleep than sleeping on your desk. We have an upgrade disc. I mean, I've got 60 steps. I think first I take the upgrade disc and I go upgrade, and then we come back here and see. Oh, let's also, because I know that these don't reset. We will at least unlock the basement door, and then we will explore the basement. Do we have any other? No, okay. Wasn't sure if we had any other open hallways. Okay, so I guess through the pool is the fastest way. All right, what are we gonna upgrade? Boudoir. Okay. Gems, dice, or apples? Honestly, I think I'm going dice. Rerolls are so nice. I wasn't counting on streamer RNG. Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh, maybe that... Does that call the elevator? Oh, interesting. So you have to have a key card to call the elevator. I mean, that makes sense logistically, but that's gonna be rough. Wait, does that mean the... Hmm. Does this... Does this mean that the foundation is just gonna stay here? Because I'm getting the impression... I'm not looking at chat yet, I'm just working through my thoughts. I'm getting the impression that we can approach this from the other side. Like we can call the elevator while it's still up there and enter the house through the foundation. Which means we can enter at, what is that, rank 1, 2, 3, 4, at rank 6? What the heck? What the heck? That's ridiculous. We just gotta figure out how to open things up. Okay. There's so much game in this game. Okay, I need the powered sledge for this. Uh-huh, okay, I see. Aha, okay. Wait a second. There's 2 gaps. Okay, I do not think I need to do that. Once this run is done, we are gonna call it. I just need to try to get this run done soon because I have plans after my stream, and I was also gonna eat dinner, so I would like to do both of those things actually. Yeah, this one definitely was super long, in part because of all of the reading. I'm not even mad about it, Dom. I'm not even mad. Oh, oh, what's down here? Oh, antechamber entry controls. The north lever is underground. East lever is in the Great Hall. I did learn that. South lever in the greenhouse, and the west lever in the secret garden. I did know all of that. What's this? 100 bells, Sandy Heights, 5 p.m. I'm gonna write this down. Right here. All right, so basement. Business card for 100 bells. Quote, Sandy Heights, 5 p.m. Handwritten. That looks like Herbert's handwriting too, the way that the S's are. And I'm pretty sure 100 Bells was the cafe that Mary was at before she took the carriage and disappeared. Interesting. Okay. Oh, I see. That right? Probably. We'll see. Well, we'll see. There's a bit of a gap, but I might be able to cross it. Okay, good. We did it. Hey, what is button? Oh, I know where this is. We're here. Oh, and it's already lined up. Game. I was a little disappointed that you couldn't open any of these doors. Oh, and this has the same thing. Oven Nevere or Nevera Neveri? I'm not sure. But that is what our granduncle signed his most recent letter with. It was also on her ladyship's message in the tomb. I still don't know what it means. And I know what most of these are. And I know this one starts with C-O-R. I don't know what these symbols are. Neveri. Oh, interesting. And I don't think there's anything I can do down here, because, yeah, I think this is a button or something. It's not powered. I don't know how to power it. Don't know what's through there. But that is a puzzle for later Estani to solve. Oh, I'm so excited that I found this. Okay, so from here, we go through the pool. Yeah. don't think there's any one right way to pronounce it. Is this right? Yeah. Well, I don't see anything else that we can do today. So I believe I'll be opening this door. Oh, I can actually explore it this time? Yes! The crown of the blueprints. The former ruby crown of Orinda, Ares, recently set with freshly cut sapphires. The first time you draw a red room while drafting, you may remove it from today's draft pool. If you do, gain 1 gem and redraw floor plans. Amazing. Wait, what is this? A sanctum key? Game, I need to do it. The first key found here on the furthest rank. The second locked tight in the vault of a bank. Okay, I need to write this down. Game, I need dinner. I need to drink more stuff. I need to play Firebrands. I have so much to do. But fine. I will continue doing this stuff. First key found here on the furthest rank, so it means room 46. So, room 46. I mean, this is giving me a good to-do list. Found here on the furthest rank. The second locked tight in the vault of a bank. The third is high up among all the clocks. Clock tower. I know that's something that you can draft in the drafting studio. The fourth down below beneath all the docks. So we have to drain the reservoir because there are steps on the basement side that let you go down. Well, now I know what you meant when you were asking how many sanctum keys I had found. The fifth is held by a king on his throne. Not sure what that means. Maybe there's a throne room you can get, like a literal throne room, or maybe something else. The sixth in a station left by one of your own. Not quite sure what that means, but it's implying like the rail stations. The 7th is major if you draft it quite late. And the last key is waiting behind the last door of 8. Which is probably the last of these doors. I know all of them now thanks to your stream. Well, thank you. I hope you didn't mind being a little spoiled then. The last key is waiting behind the last door of 8. I wonder if one is maybe related to the office held by a king on his throne. I know that the office has a king in it, is associated with the Baron. So it could be that. Oh. This secret room is not as secret as you thought. We have your letters. 8 letters, 8 payments, 100 gold, instructions to follow. We do know about the blackmail already. So that's the blackmail message. 8 realms in 8 months. I don't know what the numbers are yet. Oh, I kind of do. I'd have to go back and look at the seal if the numbers of the doors relate. I think that's 1. I don't remember any of the other orders, so we'll have to come back here. Marigold. I mean, I did already kind of know that because that is the Sinclair crest and that's the Epson crest. And Marion Marigold, our mom, is the daughter of both of them. But I wonder if the letters are significant, so I'm gonna make a note. Marigold written across the joined Sinclair Epson crest. Well, the nice thing about recording is I can always come back here in my VOD. So we did know that, yeah, that's the Sinclair crest. Confirmation there. Oh, Jones. Interesting. Okay, so now we have Jones crest. And there's a little bust of us. And there's no bust of our mom. Interesting. So we've got the little shield. And half of it is music. I've seen... So, it's like a treble clef, but like combined with something. And also, it only has 1 spade. Interesting. Okay. So we have little wiggly wiggly water. We've got our swan. We've got our holly. We've got our spade. And then this kind of divides it. It's dark. And then we've got our half chevrons. And then here, I'm gonna write down this is on a black field. And then we've got this sort of like treble clef symbol. And it kind of teardrops down. And then it has like a little curly Q coming off of it. And then this sort of like musical symbol at the bottom. Which I feel like we've seen something very similar to that. Oh, and I guess it does kind of look like a J for Jones. Interesting. Then over here we've got the Epsom crest with Lady Clara. And then here we got the Sinclair with, I'm not sure who that is. I don't recognize him. Oh, that's the same order. Okay. We've got a clock. Anything else open? We can't eat that apple. Okay, so we are missing our mom's bust. Okay, I need to flip back like a dozen pages. Where have I written down? Because I have the first like 4 or 5 symbols. These probably aren't gonna stay. Wait, so Arindia and then Fen Aries are the same place though, aren't they? Unless, you know what? I think I've been confused. I don't know. Okay, so I know that, hold on. Yeah. Orinda Aries. Where did I write these down? Arch Aries. Which is the like the one that looks like mountains. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4 if my logic is correct. This one is Arch Aries. And then that is Araja. So that's 3 down here. Interesting. I don't think I have enough information to do more than this. Because it feels like this is also 2. Like these are the same. But maybe I don't think I have enough lore to do this right now. Guess let's see. Okay, these little islands don't count. So 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I think I'm right. So their nearest neighbor was Nuance, but I don't know the symbol for Nuance. I know that it's, wait, do I know the symbol for Nuance? No. I just know it's associated with green. I think I need the sigil book because I think I'm missing information because like I was able to copy this down from a half torn book. Anyway, I think we have to go back down the foundation and we have to take our sanctum key. I'm glad I ate like literally a dozen bananas. I couldn't imagine finding this and then not having the steps to go back. I'd be so sad. Yes, it's very good. So now the question is, do I think it's do I pick a door or do I just open the one on the left? It implies it's the one on the left. Let's find out. You know what? Yes, let's just do it. What is this? Oh, I have to match the sigil correctly. Shit. I've seen it so many times. Did I copy it down? No, I copied down the Fen Ares one. Okay, hold on. We need to dismiss this ad. Okay. So I remember it's this one. It's also the color black. So it should be like this. Oh, okay. I think it's this shape. Because I remember it being like 2, 2, and 1. It was like divided by 3 or something. I think it's this? Nope. Oh, wait. That looks right. Okay, and then we just need to change the color? Because the lines look correct. I'm glad I can remember stuff. Eight realms in 8 months. The objective was simple enough. Oh. I needed a magnifying glass! But in what order, what route, and where to start? Questions like these are ones I tend to ignore, as planning has never been my strong suit. Well then, in the true spirit of adventure, I have departed, forsaking both map and plan as it happens. The road has taken me south, It seems fitting to begin the journey by visiting a fragment of the Old Kingdom, a landmark as black in realm as it is in name, a story I feel closely connected to. So we do know that one is Orinda Aries. And that is south. Mount Holly Estate in care of Ann Babbage, Reddington, Fen Aries, 63080. And then it's also stamped by Fen Aries. Blackbridge Hotel and Spa. I want to look at that stamp. Oh, it says Orinda Aries. Okay. Yeah, because it's got the shape too. I should have picked up on that right away. And then we've got the ruler. We've got the 3 little supplicating statues. Why? Okay, I need a new page. So we are in Inner Sanctum. Number 1. Orinda Aries, which makes sense. One would expect that. There is a little, I'm not even sure what you would call it. I'll just call it a sculpture. Of the angel Orinda. But then we also see the chimney sweep angel. In a painting? I can't tell if this is supposed to be a painting or a photograph. And that looks like that says Reddington on the right. It says red something. So it makes me think like that is the bazaar. Looks like the station bazaar. Oh, and we've got another Morajai box. I've seen Morajai elsewhere. The Orinda Aries variation. Due to the... Oh wait, I think it's on a stamp. That's where I saw it. Due to the overwhelming amount of artifacts bearing the Orinda Aries sigil that were destroyed after the war, Morajai puzzle boxes featuring the infamous black symbols are among the rarest and most valuable collectors can acquire. When black tiles are pressed... Oh, sorry, we're doing an ad. I missed stopping the ad. The entire row shifts to the right as if a train on rails. Oof. Well, I can't stop for you. Okay, so we need... Oh, okay. Oh, each of the... I did not pay attention. Each of these have different rules. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Oh, okay. I just need to get this up there, and I don't quite understand how. It's definitely something to do with this. My brain is blanking on how these rules work. Okay. Don't really have time to solve this right now. I guess I can come back here later. This is gonna stay unlocked, right? I can come back here later. I don't have time to solve this right now. I have to end my stream. And that's gonna be an allowance token, which would be helpful. We can come back. So I guess the question is there anything else I need to do in this run, or can I call it a day? Because I really need to call it a day. I'm done, right? Aside from solving that box, which I can do later? I'm gonna say I'm done. I gotta be, right? I think I've seen everything I need to see. All right, I'm calling it a day. I'm gonna just presume I'm done. What a run, though. What an amazing run. Oh, we got a little symbol to let us know we unlocked a thing. Cool. All right, no one yell at me. I'm calling it a day. Oh, jeez. I love this game. Yeah, we got so much stuff today. What a good day. Very cool. I wish I could play again, but I gotta stop. Also, what a long day. I figured we were gonna be ending on time, and then this happened. All right. Puzzles just keep puzzling harder. All right. Game has closed. Let's head to the screen. Thanks for hanging out, Furman. I'm not sure. You know what? I gotta get out of here. So I'm not gonna bother rolling credits. I normally do credits at the end. I'm just gonna speak them. So thank you so much to Meta for the 74 months. That's so many months. Very much appreciate you. And then also thank you so much to Numbered Star, I believe it was. It's not showing up in my activity feed. Taryn, thank you so much for the sub. Hi, you've came back just in time for the end, Zach. Normally I play music at the end, but I'm like literally an hour and 15 minutes overdue, so I'm speed running my outro to say goodnight. So if you're new here, be sure to hit that follow button. You can also hit the bell next to the heart, get notifications right here on Twitch whenever I go live. If you are looking for places off of Twitch to find and support my content, well, first, if you like those notifications, you can join my Discord. You can also follow me on Blue Sky. I post in all of those places whenever I start streaming. And on Discord, notifications are opt-in because I don't like getting pings. So I don't ping y'all either unless you want me to. If you're looking for places off of Twitch to find and support my content, I've got a YouTube. I'm posting VODs every day, including my Outer Wild playthrough, which is almost done. I just started uploading Dave the Diver VODs. And I do one-off games on Saturdays and demos on Sundays. I've also got a Ko-Fi. It's mostly just my tip jar, and I've got a Patreon where you can find all of my art stuff. So I'm gonna be off probably tomorrow, Sunday, and Monday, unless I decide to do a pop-up blueprint stream, which could happen. We are finally going to be returning with Dragon Age the Veilguard on Tuesday, though. I ended up taking a break from it this past week because I was just too obsessed with blueprints to stop playing it. Then I'm going to be off Wednesday and Thursday. We'll be back for sure with more blueprints on Friday because I don't want to stop playing this game. Let me see if I can find us someone to raid into. I hesitate to do another blueprint stream just because I do not want to... Is it you? Or is it just directory? I'm trying to find my following list. I think it's directory following. But yeah, I hesitate to do another blueprint stream because if they're further ahead than I am, I don't want to get spoiled. But I won't be staying anyway. Ooh, you know what? We're gonna raid into Crizzle. Crizzle is a lovely friend of the channel and is currently playing the new Rain World. I don't know if it's like a DLC or if it's an add-on, but is doing a watcher playthrough of Rain World, and I love Rain World. So we're gonna raid on into Crizzle. Really like this game? I do really like this game. So as always, thank you all so much for being here, hanging out and watching. Have a great night. Have an amazing weekend. And we will be back again really soon. Okay, you don't need to preview the thing for me. All right, I'll see y'all later. Bye.